Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning, was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning, was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning, was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic
So we'll be starting in
priority.
the next few minutes. So for those of us who are still outside, let's find our way in here. We'll be starting in the next
Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call upon every stakeholder represented here to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once
Therefore,
again.
together, this partnership,
ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
we believe, will produce
Good
a
morning.
collaborative
Did you have
data
some time to have some bit
ecosystem
of tea,
that
catch up a little
empowers
bit,
Kenya
probably talk
to
to
not
the
only
person
produce
who you were
gender
sat with
data,
yesterday or
but
not.
also
But
to
it's so good
apply
to see you
it
this morning.
effectively
This is
and
the second day
sustainably.
of the
I
Women
call
Count
upon
Phase 3
every
launch. We
stakeholder
launched it yesterday,
represented
like
here
I said yesterday.
to
Today
reaffirm
we'll have
your
an amazing
commitment
launch
to
as well,
making
something to look
gender
forward to.
data
But
a
before we
strategic
start our program
priority.
officially, and ask all of us to be standing for the national anthem as well as the national
O God of all creation, blessed is our foundation. Just is the worship and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be seated. And as we sit, please say hi to your neighbor. If you've not said hi this morning, just give them a high five. Tell them good morning, good to see you. Did you sleep well? Did you catch some sleep? If you did not, I hope you will tonight. But it's really, really good to see you this morning. I'm told Honorable His Excellency Simon Kachapin is in the building. So yes, he'll be joining us in just a few, but allow me to recognize established protocol. And we have Mr. Festus Wangwe, who's the head of International Economic Partnerships and Frameworks and representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary, Gender and representative of the Cabinet Secretary from the Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services, Dr. MacDonald Obudho, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, representative of the Executive Director, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, Ms. Rosemary Chepkoech, Director, Population and Social Statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Mr. Peter Nilsson, Senior Advisor Statistics, Sweden, and as well as representative of the Embassy of Sweden, Ms. Sarah Hendricks, who's the Director, Policy Program and Intergovernmental Division from UN Women. I see her. And also Anna Mutavati, who's the UN Women Regional Director, East and Southern Africa. Papa Sek, Chief Research and Data Section from UN Women. Antonia Ngabala Sodonon, UN Women Country Representative to Kenya. Diana Wairira, representative of the Director Africa Gates Foundation, as well as Professor Alfred Agwanda, Director Population Studies and Research Institute from the University of Nairobi, as well as Dr. Joy Kiru from the University of Nairobi. So, ladies and gentlemen, this morning and yesterday, we did not just launch the third phase of the Women Count or just showcase Kenya's success stories and innovations that demonstrate what works in transforming gender data systems or using the gender data for policy impact. But we also developed a collective understanding and affirmation that gender data is essential for future action to tackle pressing issues in Kenya and in East and Southern Africa, and also ensure alignment of priorities for gender data production and use for the next 4 years within the context of gender equality priorities for the government of Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we begin the second day with an inspiring continental leader. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for one Miss Anna Mutavati as she makes her way to the podium. And Anna Mutavati is the UN Women Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa, a distinguished leader in gender equality and human rights, and one of Africa's most influential women. Please let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, for the kind introduction. Good morning. I hope we are all doing well and feeling very energized after a very engaging day yesterday, where Kenya really showcased all the progress that has been made in the past 10 decades, in the past 10 years, but also looking forward at the next decade in terms of how we grow this space in influencing decisions, policies, programs from a gender data perspective. So it is a pleasure to welcome you all to day 2 of the Women Count Phase 2, Phase 3 launch. Yesterday, we celebrated Kenya's remarkable journey in transforming gender data systems, and we reflected on what has been achieved over the past decade. Today, our focus turns to the region, the East and Southern Africa region, and to the collective action that is required to sustain and scale the gains that we have made over the next 4 years, so looking ahead. As we heard yesterday, Women Count was born out of a simple but very powerful premise. That is, what gets counted counts. Over the past 10 years, the program has helped shift gender data from the margins to the mainstream. I think Kenya classically demonstrated that. And in more countries also in the region, we are seeing this shift happening, where gender data used to be just a little subset of data and processes and systems, but now being shifted into the mainstream. Strengthening national statistical systems, expanding data availability, and critically, increasing the use of gender statistics in policy, in planning, in budgeting, and in accountability. Kenya's experience stands as a regional reference point, demonstrating how sustained investment, how strong national leadership and ownership, and how effective partnerships can translate data into impact. As we launch Women Count Phase 3 for the period 2026 to 2029, we do so in a context of both opportunity and agency. Across our region, gender statistics systems have matured, but we also notice that they remain fragile. Many countries still face gaps in data quality, in disaggregation, in the regularity, and in use, particularly in areas such as women's economic empowerment, unpaid care work, gender-based violence, in humanitarian settings, in climate change, and in intersectional inequalities. At the same time, declining survey findings, I'll take that again. At the same time, declining funding for data and growing reliance on administrative data, as well as rapid technological change, are reshaping how data must be produced and governed. Phase 3 responds directly to these realities. So it's not like
Ms. Anna, sorry to interrupt, but I recognize the presence of Honorable Simon Kachapin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding as we welcome him with a very, very big round of applause. And he is a distinguished leader in Kenya's devolution space, Honorable Kachapin, Governor of West Pokot County. I'm really happy because he is my governor from West Pokot County. And he is a champion of grassroots development and inclusive leadership. He continues to drive transformation at the county level. So let's give him a big round of applause as we take our seats. And Honorable Governor, karibu sana. It is so good to see you and to have you grace our occasion this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him. Karibu sana, Honorable, and Ms. Anna. I think you may continue. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Karibu sana, Bwana Governor. We are so excited to have you. Thank you for coming. So, as I was saying, as we launch Women Count Phase 3, 2026 to 2029, we do so in a context of both opportunity and agency. Across our region, gender statistics systems have matured, but they remain fragile. And that's why we are here, to also reduce that fragility and ensure that we continue to mature and become sustainable. Many countries still face gaps in data quality, in disaggregation, in regularity, and in use of the data, as we also heard from panel after panel yesterday, based on the Kenyan experience, particularly in areas such as women's economic empowerment, unpaid care work, gender-based violence, in humanitarian settings, on matters to do with climate change, and on intersectional inequalities. We have also noted that declining funding for data, growing reliance on administrative data, and rapid technological change are reshaping how data must be produced and governed. So we are so happy to reassure ourselves here that Phase 3 responds directly to these realities. At its core, this Phase 3 is about consolidation. It is about modernization. And it focuses very much on use of the data. First, it is about strengthening the enabling environment. So the environment must be right for the production, for the availability and accessibility and use of the gender data that we have. This means embedding gender statistics more firmly in national, regional, and county-level statistical development strategies, budget frameworks, and accountability mechanisms. It means reinforcing coordination across national statistical offices, gender machineries, line ministries, county governments, regional bodies, so that gender data systems are not project-based, but institutionalized and sustainable. So we heard from the Kenya experience yesterday. I think panel after panel kept talking about the need for coordination across the different producers and users of data. So this phase 3 is already embedding that in its approach to ensure that we do strengthen that environment through strengthened coordination. So, phase 3 is also about modernizing and expanding gender data production. We will continue to support surveys and the reprocessing of existing data, as we heard also from the Kenyan experience, but we will also place much stronger emphasis on administrative data, on citizen-generated data, and on digital systems. I was reflecting yesterday based on the, one of the panels that I had privileged to listen to about how Kenya has influenced the role of citizen-generated data at the global level. I remember as we started Kenya phase 1 of Women Count, and the issue of citizen-generated data was introduced for the first time, and the disdain with which it was received at that point. You know that, oh, but what do you know about data? You know, you don't even have the systems, you don't have the capability, you don't have the credibility, you don't have the scale, you don't have the know-how, and so on. But now we have bridged that gap, and now we are talking the same thing, right? Recognizing the role that citizen-generated data plays in data systems and ensuring that we complete that data ecosystem. So congratulations again to Kenya for helping bridge that gap between the understandings of the different actors on data. So improving the quality, someone struggled with this yesterday, so I'll join them. Interoperability, yes, I said it. And use of these data sources is no longer an option. It is essential if gender data is to keep pace with policy and emerging crises. Thirdly, and this is perhaps the most critical shift that phase 3 brings. Phase 3 is about data use and impact. Data alone does not change lives. Data changes lives when it is accessible, when it is understood, when it is trusted, and when it is used. This is why Women Count will continue to invest in user-producer dialogues. We will continue to focus on regional learning exchanges. We will continue to focus on data storytelling and strategic engagement with policymakers, with civil society, with academia, and the media. Gender statistics must inform decisions at national and subnational levels. It must shape public debate, and it must strengthen accountability to women and girls. I think we saw some of those examples from yesterday, but into other experiences from other countries in the region, how they've also managed to bridge this gap between the data and its use and impact and accountability. Today's program, dear participants, reflects this vision. The regional learning exchange that follows will allow us to hear directly from countries across East and Southern Africa. We will hear what has worked. We will also hear what has not worked and what must change as we move forward. So even for Kenya that has done so well, the learning continues, right? And the learning doesn't end in this room. We are also proud to be part of, to bring the experiences from East and Southern Africa, the region that we represent, to global platforms as well. The partnership dialogue later this morning will remind us that no single institution can deliver this agenda alone. Progress on gender data depends on sustained collaboration across governments, across regional bodies, across UN entities, with development partners, with research institutions, with civil society, with the private sector, and the media. So I think that's all of us, right? I'm sure I've accounted for everybody who is in this room today. So these kind of partnerships and these kind of platforms need to continue so that we emphasize that point that no single institution can deliver this agenda alone. Let me conclude with a very simple message. Women Count Phase 3 is not about starting something new. It is about going deeper. It is about going smarter. And it is about going further together. It is about ensuring that gender data is treated as a public good. It is financed, it is governed, and it is used in ways that accelerate gender equality and empowerment of women across our region. I look forward to today's discussions and the shared learning that is going to happen. I also look forward to the renewed commitments that will help ensure that every woman and every girl in this beloved region of East and Southern Africa is not only counted, but counted in ways that truly matter. Asanteni sana. I wish us all a very productive and inspiring day ahead. Thank you.
All right, let's give her a bigger round of applause. And I really liked what she said. All right, so all protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say hello to my governor. I feel like. Very nice. Really good to see it. Also, Your Excellency, among us this morning, we have Mr. Festus Wangwe, who's the head of International Economic Partnerships and Frameworks and representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning. Let's give him a big round of applause, yes. And we also have Dr. Josephine Obonyo, who's the Secretary, Gender and Representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services. We also have Ms. Rosemary Chepkoech, Director, Population and Social Statistics from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We also have Ms. Sarah Hendricks, who's the Director, Policy, Program and Intergovernmental Division from UN Women, Anna Mutavati, UN Women, Regional Director, East and Southern Africa. We also have Papa Sek, who's the Chief Research and Data Section from UN Women. Also have Antonio Gabala Sodonon, who's the UN Women Country Representative to Kenya. We also have Professor Alfred Agwanda, who's the Director of Population Studies and Research Institute from University of Nairobi. Diana Wairira, representative of the Director, Africa Gates Foundation. And also in our midst, we have other distinguished guests as well. Dr. Amina Msengo, statistician, General National Bureau of Statistics, Tanzania. Ms. Angela Nakafero, Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development from Uganda. Also, Dr. Viwe Sobudula, Director, Public Finance, National Treasury from South Africa. Mr. Kagugube Johnson, Director of Statistics, East African Community. Mr. Simon Doritu, Director, Center for Excellence for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism from IGAD. Dr. Rose Oronje, Deputy Executive Director, African Institute for Development Policy. Ms. Esther Muiru, Global Advocacy Director from Landesa. And Ms. Florence Sievuo, Executive Director, SDGs Kenya. Forum Regional Partners, Head of Directorates, colleagues in government, the civil society organizations, distinguished guests and gentlemen. Let's continue with our program this morning. And like I said, today is an exciting, equally exciting day because we'll be launching the GSSP as well as 47 county data sheets. So to help us with that, okay, just give us a presentation before we launch, is Rosemary Chepkoech. So let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the podium. And with over 30 years of experience, Rosemary Chepkoech leads population and social statistics at KNBS, playing a vital role in informing Kenya's policy and development decisions. So please welcome her with a very, very big round of applause.
So good morning, everyone. Yes, I'll ask that the presentation be put on the screen. My name is Rosemary Bowen. I work at KNBS. I'm making this presentation on behalf of the Director General that has not been able to come here, but he is well represented here by the team from KNBS. Asante sana. Do we have it in the... Okay. Yeah. So I think we can just, so I was saying that I'm not the DG, but I'm making the presentation on his behalf. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the outline of the presentation. Why gender statistics? What is GSSP2? How we developed it? What was the process? And the landscape of gender statistics in Kenya, the strategic priorities that we have, how we are going to implement the gender statistics sector plan, and how we are going to monitor and evaluate. Next. So gender statistics is statistics that adequately reflects the differences and inequalities in the situation of women and girls, women, men, girls and boys in all areas of life. So basically we are giving a definition of that, and we are saying that quality gender statistics are not just numbers, but they are the foundation for informed policy and planning. We want to ensure that policies target real needs and inequalities. They are also foundation for effective resource allocation, and I'm very happy that today we have all the stakeholders that have access to resources, and therefore we can be able to effectively allocate resources when we have the numbers. So gender statistics will help us to direct the funds where they are needed most, through even the gender responsive budgeting that we've been talking about since yesterday. Gender statistics also gives us a way of tracking progress. It is used for monitoring our national, regional, and global commitments towards gender equality and women empowerment. Again, gender statistics will help us to hold institutions accountable for the gender equality outcomes. Next. What is the Gender Statistics Sector Plan 2024 to 2028? We had a Gender Statistics Sector Plan that lapsed in 2023. We were able to come up with this plan, and we are saying that it's a strategic framework to strengthen production and use of gender statistics. That is basically what the GSSP is, and it forms part of the Kenya Strategy for the Development of Statistics, covering the same period. It is Kenya's long-term national plan that guides how we build, improve, and manage our statistical system. Within KNBS, we have the Kenya Strategy for the Development of Statistics that was developed together with our stakeholders. But then we have a Gender Sector Statistics Plan that is part of the KSDS. GSSP aims to strengthen Kenya's statistical capacity in gender statistics, and it provides strategic direction for the gender statistics for the gender sector for that period of 2024 to 2025. So that 2028. So it maps exactly with the period that is covered by the Kenya Strategy for the Development of Statistics. As I said earlier, we had a GSSP 1 that lapsed in 2023. It aligns with the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics 2, the Kenya Vision 2030, MTP 4, the National Policy on Gender and Development. It aligns also with the Constitution of Kenya. It aligns with the CIDPs within the county. It aligns also with the SDGs and other national, regional, and international commitments. When we were developing the Gender Sector Statistics Plan 2, we consulted the Constitution, we checked what was in MTP4, we were able to check what is in the SDG framework, and therefore it aligns with all of them. Next. What is the GSSP 2024-2028? It is a broad objective of the plan that establishes strategic framework for enhancing production and use of gender statistics to promote gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. So basically, that framework promotes gender equality and empowerment of women and girls through production and use of statistics. So within that plan, we are saying, how are we going to be producing statistics? And how are we going to use the gender statistics to be able to meet that particular objective, to enhance equality and empowerment of women and girls? The specific objectives of the plan are that we want to identify current gender statistics gaps and user needs. The other objective within that plan is to identify the key activities that we need to undertake to enhance production and use of gender statistics during that period of 2024 to 2028. Within that plan, we have made an estimation in terms of the required resources to undertake the identified activities. Next. How did we develop the Gender Sector Statistics Plan? We developed through a consultative and participatory process that involved the key stakeholders within the national statistical system. It was initiated by KNDS upon the lapse of GSSP 1. Of course, we didn't want to have any gaps, so that we needed to move seamlessly from the other plan to the new plan, so that we do not leave any gaps in terms of planning for gender statistics. So first of all, we had a technical working group that we constituted that borrowed largely from the Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Committee, which we were able to develop when we had the Women Count program. So this Interagency Statistical Technical Committee came up with the support of the Women Count program. And when we were constituting this technical working group for the development of the Gender Sector Statistics Plan, it was mainly from this group. Then the next thing that we did was that we reviewed the plan that was lapsing, the one that was for 2019 to 2023. So we reviewed it to identify the achievements, the challenges, the lessons that we learned, and the emerging issues that we encountered when we were implementing that particular plan. There was, again, stakeholder engagement through national and county consultative meetings, workshops, technical working group sessions to identify gender data gaps and emerging priorities, and also capacity building needs. The next step involve data collection and drafting of the plan in consultation with the technical working group, and then validation and adoption of the plan by both internal and external stakeholders. So the next step is that after today's launch, we shall disseminate the plan and we shall focus on the implementation of the plan. Next. What is the current landscape in terms of gender statistics? We have existing legal and policy frameworks which guide data collection, analysis, and I had mentioned earlier, we have the Constitution of Kenya, we have the Statistics Act, we revised it in 2019. We also have the National Policy on Gender and Development, we have the KSDS, we have the Vision 2030, the medium-term plan 4, it is not 3, and the County Development Integrated Plans, and several sector policies and strategies. So that is the existing legal and policy framework where gender statistics is sitting. The institutional coordination, we have the, all the time we have produced the gender statistics through a multi-sectoral collaboration that involves KNBS, NGEZ, the State Department for Gender Affirmative Action, and other line ministries. So like the e-ask I talked about, it has all these stakeholders. So we work through that institutional coordination. But we still have gaps, and sometimes we find some bit of duplication and inconsistencies in our data. Again, we have ensured that we have integrated the gender statistics in our national surveys and censuses. And despite of that, we still have gaps. For example, employment in the informal sector, we've not been able to capture that very well. We still have gaps in terms of unpaid care work. Like I said earlier, it must have been yesterday, that we were able to have a module on time use in one of the surveys that was called KCHS in 2021. And that is how we were able to capture information on the proportion of men and women that are involved in unpaid care work and domestic work. But that was in 2021. Good enough, we have got the labor force survey that is coming up soon, and we have a module again to capture that. But that is still a gap because we need to measure it well and ensure that we have high frequency data on some of these pertinent statistics. We still have a gap in gender-based violence. We have the KDHS survey that happens every 5 years, and we are able to introduce a few questions there on gender-based violence. But we do not have a survey that is dedicated to that. The other gaps, of course, are gender and climate change. Those are new frontiers. It is still a gap. The other bit, of course, is that we have the issue of data accessibility and utilization. We have improved in data collection, but access to gender statistics may be limited, and particularly to the policy analysts, the researchers, and sometimes to the civil society organizations. And therefore, we need to strengthen dissemination mechanisms to ensure that the much data that we have is utilized to the maximum. Funding and resource limitations. The production of gender statistics depend on donor funding, and therefore, we may not sometimes be able to schedule the censuses and surveys that are required to improve the amount of gender statistics. And therefore, we need to think about a sustainable financing model to ensure that we have continuous supply of gender statistics. Next. So the strategic priorities of this GSSP, strategic objectives and key action areas are crafted around 4 strategic goals. The goals in the GSSP are that we need an enabling environment for production and use of gender statistics. We need an enhanced capacity for the production of gender statistics. We also need to promote dissemination and access and use of gender statistics. And again, we need to strengthen the resource mobilization for gender statistics. Next. How do we plan to implement the GSSP? We plan to implement through an elaborate implementation and action plan that indicates the various activities and timelines and who is responsible under each strategy. The planned budget, the activities within that plan gives an estimated budget of 0.8 billion and 6.25 million US dollars. And the plan is that we require a mix of government and donor commitment to be able to raise that budget and be able to do all our activities in the gender sector statistics plan. Next. How do we plan to coordinate the implementation of the plan? So we have the gender statistics unit within the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and we expect it to provide the leadership in coordinating the collection, analysis, and dissemination of the gender statistics. We have the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. We expect it to strengthen the capacity of the MCDS in partnership with KNDS and other stakeholders to generate and also to use the statistics. We have the NGEC. We expect NGEC to provide oversight through its mandate and accountability framework to ensure MCDS, responsible for gender mainstreaming, provides sex disaggregated data in all the programs and the projects. Gender sector working group, we expect it to bring together players from state and non-state actors to consolidate and support implementation of the gender equality and women's empowerment policies and plans and programs. And to tie us all together is the Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Committee, which has got most of these stakeholders, is supposed to help us to coordinate mechanisms between the producers and the users of gender statistics. Next. Again, within the GSSP, we have a plan for monitoring and evaluation. So the plan is anchored in a robust M&E framework that is designed to track progress, ensure accountability, and facilitate evidence-based decision-making throughout the 5-year implementation period. The M&E framework establishes clear outputs, indicators, baselines, and targets for each strategic objective that will enable systematic assessment of performance against planned activities. The key M&E mechanisms include annual progress reviews, mid-term evaluation, we should be due, end-term evaluation. We would like also to do user satisfaction surveys, also user-producer dialogues, because you cannot produce statistics for yourself, you produce statistics for the user. And we hope to be having at least a forum whereby we have an annual gender statistics conference. So I think that is the end of the presentation on the GSSP. I don't know whether we stop there before we go to the county data sheets. I continue? Okay. Thank you very much. So the other products that we've been able to produce in collaboration with the counties, and I'm very happy that we have our governor present here and all the other stakeholders. They are the county gender data sheets. Next. So I'll provide a background, how we developed it, the data sources, the thematic areas or topics that are within the data sheets, some key insights, and the next steps after the launch. So we have made notable progress in advancing gender equality. However, we still have gaps in the availability and use of gender data at county level. With the advent of devolution, county governments play a very critical role in planning, budgeting, and service delivery, and therefore we need localized, timely, and reliable data to inform their decisions. This demand is critical as counties implement their third-generation CIDPs, where gender statistics is essential for measuring progress because of the 14 devolved functions. In response to this, COG, in partnership with KNBS and the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and with the support of UN Women, we have collaborated to develop county gender data sheets for 47 counties. Earlier, in 2018, we had developed county gender data sheets for 10 pilot counties listed there: Baringo, Bomet, Kakamega, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisumu, Kitui, Marsabit, Meru, and Turkana. Next. So the county gender data sheets were developed through a consultative and participatory process that involves stakeholders from both the national and county governments. We constituted a technical working group that comprised Interagency Statistical Committee, the COG, UN Women, SDGs Kenya Forum, and we had also a national consultant to guide the process. We developed and peer-reviewed the 47 county data sheets, and in the process, we did capacity building for the county focal points. We compiled the relevant county-specific data from various publications. We did agenda analysis and reprocessing of existing data to generate gender-relevant indicators. Again, we carried out a validation of the data sheets with various stakeholders. We had some workshops and technical working group sessions to validate the statistics in the data sheets. And now, we shall be able to publish, disseminate the data sheets. Next. So where did we get the data from for us to develop the gender data sheets? We got it from the population and housing census analytical reports. All of us are aware that we do our census every 10 years. So the latest was 2019. So some of the data is from the 2019 population and housing census analytical reports. We have the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. Some of the indicators there were at county level. Actually, most of the indicators were at county level. We had the latest time use survey that happened in 2021. We have the county domestic product report that gives us an estimate in terms of the value of what we produce as a county annually. The Kenya Basic Education Statistical Booklet, Education is Very Key. We have the Poverty Report of 2021, the Economic Survey Report of 2022. We have Kenya HIV Estimate Report of 2020. And we have administrative data from both the national and county governments. Which are the areas that when we open the data sheets, these are the thematic areas. It will be having information on the demographics about the county. It will be having information on health, education, economic empowerment status, gender-based violence, access to services like water and sanitation and energy, and governance and decision-making within the county. Once you look at the data sheets, you'll realize that there is persistent gender inequalities. There is significant county disparities when you compare the counties. And there is therefore urgent need for targeted, data-driven interventions. What are we going to do after this? We shall disseminate the data sheets at county level. We are hoping that we are going to use the information that is within the data sheets to inform our county planning and budgeting processes. We shall be able to capacity build on accessibility and use of gender data. And we shall also ensure that we have regular data updates and improvements. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her more. So now we know what is in the data sheet, and I know you have picked 1 or 2 or 3 things that probably you'd want to interrogate more, so probably we'll use a bit of a tea break to interrogate that. But ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we're going to have remarks by the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, and Ms. Anne Wangombe was supposed to be here, but Dr. Josephine is representing her, so let's give her a big, big round of applause.
Thank you very much. First and foremost is to register apologies from the Principal Secretary, Madam Anne Wangombe, Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and secondly also to pass her regards. The Governor, West Pokot, Your Excellency Simon Kitale, Representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Mr. Festus Wangwe, colleagues in government, representatives of the Director Generals and Chief Executive Officers of state corporations present here today, our esteemed development partners from UN Women, our long-standing development partners from the Government of Sweden, regional partners present here today, representatives of academic institutions, the civil society members present here, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege to stand before you today for the launch of the Gender Sector Statistics Plan and 47 county gender data sheets today. Now, this is not just another event. It marks a turning point in Kenya's journey to make women and girls visible in the data that drives our development. The State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, as mandated by the Executive Order Number 1 of 2025, is responsible for promoting gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Our functions include, among others, management, special programs for women's empowerment, gender mainstreaming in ministries, departments, and agencies, domestication of international treaties and conventions on gender, and policies and programs addressing gender-based violence. Now, for years, inadequate gender statistics posed a challenge in fulfilling these mandates. Now, this was clearly demonstrated by the Kenya National Gender Statistics Needs Assessment of 2018, which led to the first ever Gender Statistics Sector Plan in 2020. Since then, Kenya has made remarkable strides in fulfilling gender data gaps. Together, we have strengthened national capacity to produce and use gender statistics. In phase 1 of Women Count, we developed county-level gender data sheets for about 10 counties that empowered county governments to plan inclusively. We have shaped policies on the prevention of gender-based violence and on women's economic empowerment. Now, these are not abstract achievements. They represent real shifts in how government responds to the needs of women and girls. As we move forward after the launch of this second Gender Sector Statistics Plan, and 47 gender county sheets today, we must be clear. The work is far from complete. Our priorities are sharper now than ever before. We must also institutionalize gender data systems to ensure sustainability. We must expand coverage into new frontiers where women's realities remain unexplored. We must also strengthen county-level systems so that every county plan reflects the lived experiences of women and girls. And we must deepen regional collaboration to build a continental model of inclusive data ecosystems. The development of the GSSP and the county data sheets aligns with Kenya's gender equality policy frameworks, Vision 2030, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It also reinforces our global commitments under the SDGs, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and other gender frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful implementation of the Gender Sector Statistics Plan will depend on collective resolve. I call upon all government ministries to mainstream gender data into every sectoral plan and budget. I urge development partners to sustain their investments and align support with Kenya's priority. I also encourage civil society and academia to continue bridging the gap between statistics and lived realities. And I invite the private sector to harness innovation and technology to advance gender data solutions. As I conclude, let me reiterate, we have the opportunity to consolidate the gains made so far, and also to confront emerging challenges and chart a bold path towards inclusive, evidence-driven governance. Together, let us ensure that every woman and girl counts. I thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine. Indeed, no girl or woman should be left behind. And ladies and gentlemen, right about now, let's put our hands together for Mr. Festus Wangwe, who's a representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, and also the head of International Economic Partnerships and Frameworks. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here actually to represent the PS, Dr. Boniface Makoha, PS State Department of Economic Planning, who would have been here, but because of other engagement, he's not here with us. But despite that, I think I'm happy to participate in this launch because I was also part of this process of developing this plan. And I think I'm proud that I'm standing before you here to witness its launch. But maybe before I read the speech of the PS, maybe just to say a few things to put in context what we are doing and how we are also trying to see what can we do at the national level in terms of planning and providing direction. The plan here, as it has been presented, indeed is going to be a very good guide in terms of developing the statistics that we require in the gender sector. I am in charge of SDGs, all the international obligations, and part of the things I face, the challenge, is that there are quite a number of gaps in terms of the statistics. When you look at the gender statistics, we've quite a number of gaps. When you look at even indicators like women in leadership, the most recent data that we have are dating back to 2022. When you look at things like FGM, they are going back to 2022. So part of the discussions that we are having is that this will help in terms of trying to fill up these gaps. As good as the plan is, At the national level, we have identified some of the major challenges that we are now trying and address. Part of the challenge is that plans are not actually informing development planning. We will launch this plan, but it will gather dust in our shelves. With all the good suggestions, policy direction that is giving, you find that when now we go to actual implementation, there is a big misalignment. So the issue of policy, planning, budgeting, and implementation misalignment is a reality. It's actually a reality in government. And I think the governors here, I think it's a reality in county governments. So this is one of the things that we would like to address. The ad hoc programs which take precedence from what we have planned. I think, Governor, you are a politician, you know, sometimes you get to an area and you receive tons and tons of clubs, and then you forget your plan. This is a major challenge that we have, which brings that misalignment. At the national level, we have cabinet decisions, we have presidential directives. They actually deviate sometimes from what we have planned. And then you find that when you come now to budgets, it even becomes worse. That at the budgeting level, we don't even look at the plans we have. It becomes a very big problem. Then we are talking of statistics. This is gender sector statistics plan that's going to help us generate statistics. But then, as we plan, it's not evidence-based. We don't begin with statistics to inform development planning. This is a real issues that you are facing. There has been emphasis here, the presentation is talking about now this is going to be a basis, a foundation. So we need actually to shift so that we start living that reality. And then lastly, the fiscal discipline, the budgets. I've never seen, since I've worked with the government, I've never seen us working with one budget. Because of the fiscal indiscipline, we have now to come up with several supplementaries. Because priorities are shifting every time. So these are some of the things that at the national level, we have seen there are issues that are affecting us, and therefore we are coming up with economic planning policy and bill, whereby part of the things we are looking at is that all those plans must be evidence-based. That's very critical for us. And then we must strive to achieve that policy, planning, budgeting, and implementation alignment. And for purposes of making sure that we work together, part of the guiding principle in that policy will be planning as one. Of course, when you look at this as a sector plan, so it's actually taking the priorities within that sector. That's part of the planning as one. But then we want to go beyond there because we are also talking about different levels of government. One of the guiding principles will be integrated planning, so that we do not have counties running their own different plans and national government running their own different plans. We are all having priorities for our people, and the priorities for our people at the national level are not different from the priorities for our people at the local level. So it is important that that is harmonized moving forward. And I think this is important for the governor, because at one point we are going to have this discussion. Part of the guiding principle in that economic policy is to have the ward as the lowest unity for planning. We are launching the data sheets here, which will inform your processes of planning. So the wards, they must refer to these data sheets for evidence purposes, and then develop the priorities that will move up to the assembly and then come to the governor for approval. for implementation. But as we do that, the national government will be working with you so that we have actually what we are calling integrated planning. I just wanted to share that so that you see that at the government level also, we are looking at these challenges that you are facing, and we are seeing how we should be addressing them. Now, allow me to now read the statement for the PS, who would have wished to be here himself, but could not make it. His Excellency Simon Kachapin Kitalei, the Governor of West Pokot County and Chairman of the Gender, Youth, Sports, Culture and Social Services. Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary Gender and representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. Representative of the Executive Director, KIPRA, that is Kenya Institute of Public Policy, Research and Analysis. Senior government officials present here. Ms. Sarah Hendricks, Director, Policy, Program and Intergovernmental Division, UN. Ms. Anna Mutavati, UN Women Region Director, East and Southern Africa. Ms. Antonio Sodonon, UN Country Representative of Kenya. Mr. Papa Sek, Chief Research and Data Section, UN Women. Development partners, members of the academia, regional partners, the civil society, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again. It is a profound honor to address you today as we officially launch the second generation Gender Sector Statistics Plan 2024-2028 and unveil 47 county gender data sheets, both of which continue to demonstrate Kenya's commitment to strengthening gender statistics as a foundation for inclusive and evidence-driven development. Yesterday, the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, presided over the national launch of Phase 3 of the Making Every Woman and Girl Count program, which reaffirmed the government's commitment in elevating gender data as a national asset. In this next step of the journey, our focus today is on the practical mechanisms, technical frameworks, and institutional tools that will make the commitment a lived reality across all ministries, counties, and sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also at this juncture commend all the stakeholders led by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, the Council of Governors, the 47 county governments, and our development partners, particularly UN Women, for their tireless efforts in providing the technical and financial support towards the development of the second generation Gender Sector Statistics Plan 2024-2028 and the 47 county gender data sheets. These publications will guide the State Department for Economic Planning in steering the country's long-term socio-economic development agenda. Part of our institutional mandate is to collect, compile, analyze, publish, and disseminate official statistical information, support national and county level planning, budgeting, and policy formulation, strengthen the national statistical system, and ensure alignment of evidence with national priorities. Distinguished guests, this mandate demands not only technical competence, but a clear commitment to data quality, consistency, and equity. Therefore, today's launch is not merely ceremonial, but strategic. It marks a decisive shift towards a future in which every policy, every budget, and every development plan is guided by accurate, harmonized, and timely gender statistics. This resonates with what I've just said because they complement. It is important to note that Kenya is at a critical point in its development trajectory. Our national ambition, as articulated in Kenya Vision 2030, and the fourth medium-term plan, 2023 to 2027, is built on a globally competitive and prosperous nation anchored in inclusive growth, social justice, and sustainable development. Achieving this vision not only requires quality data, but quality gender disaggregated data. And for your information, we are in the last MTP, the MTP4, into the implementation of the Vision 2030. And therefore, we are alive to the fact that the Vision 2030 is coming to an end. And so we have already started the process of developing the next long-term plan. At an appropriate time, we are going to involve all of you in developing that direction to replace the existing Vision 2030. So we intend to achieve that before the lapse of the existing long-term plan. As highlighted in the GSSP2, gender statistics are the backbone of evidence-based policymaking, enabling government institutions and partners to identify inequalities, design targeted interventions, and monitor progress toward national and global commitments on gender equality. Without robust gender disaggregated data, policy decisions risk being reactive, incomplete, or misaligned with the lived realities of women, men, girls, and boys across our nation. Therefore, the plan provides a coherent and forward-looking framework that strengthens the collection, analysis, dissemination, and utilization of gender disaggregated data across all sectors. The GSSP2 signals a transition from project-driven gains to institutionalized national systems. Distinguished guests, as you may be aware, devolution demands localized, context-specific evidence to support county integrated development plans, annual development plans, county budgets, and sector strategies. Therefore, these data sheets respond to one of the core challenges identified in the GSSP2, which is the need for localized, reliable, and comparable gender data to inform county-level planning and budgeting to address disparities, vulnerabilities, and create opportunities for progress and growth. The data sheet provides evidence for putting actionable gender data directly in the hands of county planners, governors, legislators, and the local stakeholders to support local planning, budgeting, citizen engagement, and evidence-driven service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, our long-standing collaboration with UN Women, including leadership from the country representative, Ms. Antonia Sodonon, has been instrumental in strengthening the national gender data ecosystem. And I think you came in so forcefully, and I want to urge you to continue. I remember our inaugural meeting, how passionate you are. I think you are ready at the ministry to work together. So please sustain the spirit. Thus, Kenya is increasingly recognized across Africa for its leadership in gender statistics. Similarly, Kenya's partnership with regional statistical bodies contributes to cross-country learning, data harmonization, regional benchmarking. The launch of GSSP2 and the county gender datasheet strengthens Kenya's position as a regional exemplar of how gender data can transform national development. Distinguished guests, as we reflect on the progress made and the opportunities that lie ahead, I wish to underscore the collective responsibility before us. In this regard, I call upon ministries, departments, and agencies to integrate gender disaggregated data into all planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting processes. Evidence must not be an afterthought, but the starting point. That's why at the national level we are saying it has to be anchored on decisions, evidence-based decisions. County governments to use the county gender data sheets to strengthen CIDPs, annual plans, county gender policies, and resource allocation. Counties cannot plan effectively without localized, reliable, timely evidence. The data sheets offer that foundation. And I think these data sheets also are going to help us in the work ahead of us. Next year we'll be doing reporting the voluntary national reviews on SDGs. As we speak now, we only have 17 counties which have undertaken local reviews. And I think as we engage with UN Women, we might want to see how do we build more capacity for the remaining counties to also begin doing those local reviews. West Pokot, I think, is one of those that have done the local reviews. Congratulations, Your Excellency. But moving forward, we expect that we'll have all the counties undertake this. So beginning from July, we'll be active in terms of how do we then bring on board the counties so that they prepare for the next review, which is coming up in July next year in New York. It's an annual thing that is done. We did in 2024, but 2025 and 2026, we thought we need to give it some time to collect more statistics to do that. So I think UN Women have been very supportive. And even the last process, they helped us in doing that capacity and even publishing the BNR. So we might want to engage further on that, particularly in terms of boosting the capacities in the counties on that aspect. Development partners to continue supporting Kenya's data revolution by investing in capacity building, digital transformation, and a gender-responsive statistical systems. Your partnership remains at the heart of our progress. Ladies and gentlemen, for Kenya to achieve true socio-economic transformation, gender statistics must migrate from the margins of planning to the center of decision-making. Therefore, as we launch these due documents, I think it is important that we take cognizance of how they are going to really help us to improve on the quality, and in fact, not just quality, timeliness of also producing those statistics to inform our overall planning, both at the county and the national level. And with those remarks, I think I want to now invite His Excellency Simon, Governor of West Pokot, to come and now give his statement and launch these good documents for us. Your Excellency, karibu sana. Uko na power?
Power.
Karibu sana.
Yeah, of course, niko na power. Good morning. Greetings from West Pokot. Where I come from, you must say greetings from where you have come, even my local church. So greetings from West Pokot once more. Greetings from the Council of Governors. I have not heard, you have heard the greetings. I saw some people from West Pokot, few of them, as the Director, Gender, and also my Chief of Staff, can see clearly. I was also happy to see the Master of Ceremonies greeting me in my local language. Asante sana. First, I want to apologize for not being present yesterday. I had some challenges at home. I lost one of my senior protocol officer, so my sincere apologies, because I wanted to be here yesterday. Let me acknowledge the established protocols. Mr. Festus Wangwe, who has just invited me, Head of International Economic Partnerships and Frameworks and representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning. Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary, Gender and representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Gender, Culture and Children's Services. Ms. Rosemary Chepkoech, Director, Population and Social Statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Ms. Sarah Hendricks, Director, Policy, Program and Intergovernmental Division, UN Women. Anna Mutafati, UN Women Regional Director, East and Southern Africa. Papa Sek, Chief Research and Data Section, UN Women. Andonia Sodonon, I was trying to ask her the correct pronunciation. UN Women County Representative to Kenya, and she has been to West Pokot, thank you very much. Professor Alfred Akwanda, Director, Population Studies and Research Institute, University of Nairobi. Dr. Amina Msengwa, Statistician General, National Bureau of Statistics, Tanzania. Ms. Angela Nakafiro, Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Uganda. Dr. Viwe Sobudula, Director, Public Finance, National Treasury, South Africa. Regional partners, development partners, private sector, civil society, distinguished stakeholders and members, ladies and gentlemen, once more, good morning. Yeah, as I have said, my name is Simon Kachapin Kitalei, the Governor of West Pokot. I was also privileged to have worked the State Department of Sports, Gender, Culture, and Social Services, and also privileged to be the first governor of West Pokot, though I had a break in 2017. I had a break for 5 years, but in 2022 I came back. It is a great honor and privilege to join you all for this important engagement. It is a timely opportunity to take stock of where we are and celebrate the milestones we have achieved and candidly address the challenges that persist. Most importantly, it is a reaffirmation of our collective commitment to make every woman and girl in Kenya visible, valued, and counted. Let me begin by expressing the profound gratitude of the Council of Governors to UN Women, the government of Sweden, and all partners who have walked this journey with us. Your unwavering support has transformed the landscape of gender data in Kenya. Together we have moved from aspiration to evidence, from advocacy to accountability. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for far too long we have worked in the dark when it comes to gender equality. And I think that is what my brother was saying. It might gather dust. But I think that was in the past. But we are very hopeful that this time, when we are launching this third circle, and know from the time of Jesus Christ, anything that happens in the third time is real and it will work. So we want all of us to be very, 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 very hopeful and so that we'll be able to achieve. We have spoken passionately about the challenges women and girls face, but we have lacked the numbers to measure progress. The data to design precise interventions and the evidence to hold ourselves accountable. Data is power, data is voice, data is the foundation upon which we build policies that actually change lives. I think in the past we have been working in the darkness that we don't have real data. Now that we have data, we can really implement what we have, we want to do. This is why the Women Count program has been a game changer. Through its first two phases, it has equipped us with critical tools. One, the time use surveys that reveal the invisible economy of unpaid care work. Two, the Women Economic Empowerment Climate Smart Agriculture Project, which was a multi-country initiative implemented in West Pokot by UN Women, FAO, and local partners to enhance women's adaptive capacity to climate change while strengthening their economic empowerment through climate smart agriculture. Three, the gender statistics that expose deep disparities in economic participation. And five, the foundational data that informed our national and county planning processes. And I want, on behalf of West Pokot, to thank UN Women, because I know what they have done, especially on climate smart agriculture, and their presence for all this time. And that is a testimony why this partnership is very critical. But we knew that truly embedded gender equality in the fabric of a devolution, we needed to go deeper. We needed data not just for the nation, but for every county. Those early sheets were a revelation. They showed us in black and white the stark disparities in access to education, health, economic opportunity, and political participation between men and women in each county. Armed with that evidence, counties began to change. Gender gaps that were once invisible became undeniable. Budgets started to shift. Programs were redesigned. For the first time, we had a baseline to track progress and hold ourselves to account. These are strategic tools that will provide every county with a clear, evidence-based snapshot of gender gaps in key sectors, enable gender-responsive planning and budgeting by making the invisible visible, allow us to monitor progress over time, and also tracking what works and where we are falling short, and ultimately strengthen accountability by giving citizens and civil society the data they need to demand action. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, data alone, and many people have said in this forum, does not change lives. It is what we do with it that matters. And that is, I think, what my brother was emphasizing. As we launch the county gender data sheets in just a few moments, alongside the gender sector statistics plan, I call upon all 47 county governments to, one, first, integrate these data sheets into your county integrated development plans, CIDPs, and annual development plans. Let them guide your priorities and shape your budgets. A gender gap that is not measured cannot be closed. Second, invest in strengthening gender statistics units within your county planning departments. Data must be updated, refreshed, and used continuously. It is not a one-time exercise. Thirdly, use the data to engage communities. Share these findings with your citizens. Let them see where their county stands. Empower them to hold leadership accountable. Fourth, partner with UN Women and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to deepen your capacity. The launch of Phase 3 gives us a new opportunity to build on this foundation, to train county officers, to improve data quality, and to ensure that gender data becomes a routine part of county governance. The gender data sheets gives us a roadmap. Women count. Phase 3 gives us the resources and partnership to navigate. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to close with a simple but profound truth that what gets measured gets addressed. When we measure maternal mortality by county, we save lives. When we measure girls' enrollment and retention, we build futures. When we measure women's access to credit, land, and markets, we grow economies. When we measure women's representation in leadership, we strengthen democracy. For too long, we have left these measurements to chance. But I believe that is no more. With the launch of the gender data sheets for all 47 counties and the gender sector statistics plan happening now, you are going to do now, and with the renewed commitment of Women Count Phase 3, we are declaring that in Kenya, we'll count every woman, every girl, every achievement, and every gap, and we will use that count to build a nation where no one is left behind. I know many challenges have been brought forward. One is underfunding, and I also support that in both national and county government, underfunding has been a great hindrance. We have been depending mostly on development partners. And as a representative of the county governments here, and representation from the 2 state departments, I think from this, because we are the implementers, we are the one in government. If you align our priorities well, I think we can be able to achieve this. As I said, data alone cannot, but we need that goodwill. Like for example, the third gender rule in leadership, in representation in parliament and so forth, has not been achieved. Not because the Constitution doesn't demand that. I think the Constitution says that if we don't meet that threshold, what happens? Parliament must be dissolved. Parliament has not been dissolved. So if there is goodwill, I think, and with the help of our partners, the rest can be done. So I think the issue of goodwill has been lacking. And I want us, when we move from here, both in the national and county governments, let's have a resolute decision that we are the one to implement it. There is no other. As a governor from one of the 47 counties, I must realign my priorities with my CIDP, annual development plans, and see to it that this issue is addressed, because we have now the data. The data is there. So that probably we don't shift to any other person. Hakuna mtu ya shift to. I'm the governor and my technical teams are there. We must be serious that we must implement this. So I want us to be all to be positive that revolution is not an easy thing. Countries that have developed had to take bold steps and bring great changes in their societies. So we have no shortcut at all, but to bite the bullet and see to it that we ought not only speak good words the way I've spoken here and the rest of us, but to launch it today, get the data and use the data so that we can be able to move forward. Because the strengths are there, the weaknesses are there, but the strengths are there also. The goodwill from our partners, which I don't want to take it for granted, because I've worked with UN Women and other partners in my county, and I've seen what they can be able to do if we work together. So I want to thank everybody for this well-attended conference, and again commit on behalf of the Council of Governors that what we resolve today, we shall in all means strive to achieve, because this third circle must be the turning point. And as I said, Jesus resurrected in the third day. So the third, and we have a phrase in Kenya that mambo ni matatu. So imefika the third, imefika mambo matatu, hakuna mwingine tena. So we have reached where we wanted. So asanteni sana, thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for this. I've been, I know from the program, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Economic Planning, where data is very key, but represented by my brother here. We can now be guided by my gracious lady, or now we can
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Governor. Very well said. And also, it's good to hear that the COG is actually committing. And like he said, there's no excuse whatsoever. And also, like Festus said, let these not gather dust. So we have no option. So thank you so much, Bwana Governor. And I would humbly ask you to cross over to the right for the ribbon cutting and also to be joined by Mr. Festus, Miss Antonia, as well as Miss Hannah for the ribbon cutting. And then we'll also have a moment, photo session moment with the physical booklets. And we also have representatives from the COG, I want to believe, to help us with the unveiling. So let's cross over there as the media team gives us a celebratory music, because we are launching the GSSP as well as the 47 county gender data sheets. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very, very big round of applause as we head over for the ribbon cutting session. And even as, yes, they exchange hands and crossing over there. So media team, if you're ready with the celebratory music, let's do so as we unveil the 47 county gender data sheets as well as the GSSP, the official launch. And ladies and gentlemen, I know we are all excited, so let's give them a bigger round of applause as we launch the GSSP as well as the 47 gender data sheets. So music team, if you're ready. Media team, if you can have some bit of celebratory music. Oh, the countdown is, oh, okay, let's do over 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the official launch of the GSSP and the 47 county gender data sheets officially launched. Let's give them a bigger round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day, what a moment to be here. And we also have the physical handbooks, so they're being handed over as we officially launch and also take a brief moment of the photo session. So media team, celebratory music as we mark this very, very important moment in the second day of the third, of the launch of the Women Count Phase 3. You can stand and dance if you want to. It is okay. It's a celebratory moment. But yes, let's have more music, more sound. Thank you very much, media team. Yes, let's clap. Let's appreciate them. Powerful moment as we launch this beautiful moment. The GSSP together with the 47 county gender data sheets.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time, yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on!
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jose's being very creative, getting pictures from all angles. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Bwana Governor. Really appreciate it, together with Mr. Festus and the entire representative of the UN Women. Thank you so much. What a day, what a moment, and we really appreciate and celebrate this. Okay, more photo session, more. All right, another moment as well, with another photo session moment for now the GSSP, because we took photos with the 47 counties gender data sheet, so also a brief photo session moment with the GSSP as well. All right, let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment, what a day to be here today at the ceremonial launch of the GSSP together with the 47 county gender data sheet. So thank you so much, Bona Governor. And I really hope that we will all commit moving forward that none of this will actually gather dust on the shelves. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time where we allow you to take a bit of a break, take some tea, interact with one another, take a moment to take photos actually, with the GSSP together with the 47 county gender data sheets. And remember to post them online, tag UN Women, and remember the hashtag that we're using is #WomenCount. So we'll have 30 minutes of a health break, and then we'll resume with fifth session, and we'll be looking at counting what matters, regional learning, exchange, and on improving gender data. Fantastic. So for you to get the copies, the soft copies, please go to the KNBS website and download the copies. Go through them, interrogate them, and see where you can actually plug in some of the gaps as well to be sorted. But let's allow, ladies and gentlemen, let's allow our guest of honor together with the team to take leave first, and then the rest of us would follow. But media, if you're ready with some bit of music as well, as we allow our guest of honors to take leave, take a bit of a break, and then the rest of us can follow. But we will see you for the next session, which will start at exactly 30 minutes.
Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, gender directors and also representatives from the COG, let's also have a moment, a photo session moment. It would be good to document, so that mukirudi ofisi mtaulizwa where is the evidence? All right, so let's have all of you together with Honorable Kachapin as well, Your Excellence, Governor. Just a moment, photo session moment. It's very, very important to actually document this day.
Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a creative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, also to apply it effectively and sustainably. I call up every Part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program.
Very nice. Okay. Compare with others, you see where you are and where your priorities. You stuck to your ways. Thank you. Yeah, I was also thinking we need to have a combined one.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. We are moving on to our segment that specifically speaks to regional data and statistics work. As we wait for people to come in, I'm delighted in Kenya's achievements in terms of what was shared yesterday, as well as the launch of the county data sheets, and want to congratulate all the partners who helped make this possible. We are now moving to a regional focus, and specifically, we are going to talk about the achievements of some of the other countries in the region when it comes to gender statistics. But before that, I want to draw your attention to this slide here, which basically showcases 6 of the many publications we produced in the regional office during 2025. So the QR codes are here. It's also at the back if you go out, if you want to look at a specific publication. But the publication in the bottom right, the global toolkit on the measurement of financial inclusion, is actually on the web for the first time today. So it's a new publication that's available and basically guide the producers of financial inclusion statistics on best practices, as well as those who use it. And we are very pleased that this global toolkit has its birth in East and Southern Africa. 2 years ago, we helped Southern Africa Development Community to develop a toolkit for their member states. And the need was identified for a similar global toolkit. And so the consultant who helped us, Floyd Mwanza, sorry, this is a South African speaking. I said Floyd Shivambu. Floyd Mwanza comes from Zambia, and he actually produced ultimately this global toolkit. So I encourage you to have a look, because now it's representative of all the regions and has examples from Latin America, Europe, and also the Middle East, and of course Africa. So some of the other publications, which you can take a look at later, includes the 2025 Gender Data Outlook Report. Caroline Mutwiri, who's standing there at the back, was part of our team last year, and this is one of the things she produced. We also have a East and Southern Africa Gender Data and Statistics Resources portal. This portal doesn't have statistics in it. It basically points you to publications and resources that you may need if you want to find out more about several themes that are gender statistics related. And then, of course, we also, and Vive will talk a little bit about that, we also published in this year guidelines on mainstreaming gender for GRB processes and planning and GRB processes. So you can take a look at these publications in due course. For now, we are turning our attention to the panel. We're just waiting for KNBS to join. But I think in the interest of time, we'll have to start. Thank you. I'm going to introduce my panel quickly. I'm so pleased that they could come. They're all busy people and really distinguished and very experienced in the area of gender statistics production and use. I'm going to start with the first one on my list, which is Dr. Amina Msengwa, who is the Statistician General of the Bureau of Statistics. Who is the statistician of the National Bureau of Statistics of Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania. Welcome, Dr. Amina. And then we'll go to Angela Nakafiru. You are the Commissioner of Gender and Women Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development in Uganda. Thank you, Angela. You have been a main contributor over the years to this kind of work, so we are happy you could come. And then we have Rosemary Kipchuk, who is, of course, representing Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Welcome, and she's the head of social and demographic statistics. You changed your title a little bit ago, a while ago, and I sort of wasn't sure. Welcome. And then finally, I want to give a special welcome to my country lady, Vive Sobutu. She is a director in the National Treasury in South Africa. And we invited them to speak about financial management and planning with a gender lens, and share some of the experiences that they've had over the past 2 years. And with that, let's start with our first question. Mrs. Chair, or Miss Chair, can you please help us? I was told we only had 45 minutes, so we probably may not be able to have questions. We'll see. Our panel could also help by reducing their responses. So the first question to our panelists are really, it's really about sharing with us about the work that has been done in your country related to gender statistics, focusing on issues about coordination, frameworks, partnerships, and also the kind of outputs that you found most useful. And of course, Dr. Amina and Rosemary will speak from the perspective of the producers of statistics. We have user of statistics here, Angela, and then of course Vive, who is both a producer and a user of statistics in the National Treasury. So over to you, ladies. Please share with us a little bit more about what you've done, and we'll start with Rosemary and we'll move to Vive. Okay.
So in the area of gender statistics, what we have done as Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is that the first thing that we did was to ensure that we establish a gender statistics unit. Previously, we did not have that gender statistics unit. It was among, I think we were calling it governance statistics. But then we realized that we needed gender statistics to come out very clearly, and we established a gender statistics unit, which has headed by a manager, and we have assistant managers and also statisticians. And then the other thing that we did at Kenya National Bureau of Statistics was to ensure that we have a standalone chapter in the premier publication called Economic Survey and Statistical Abstract that focuses on issues of gender. So we were able to develop that, and with the support of Women Count program in 2020, we had the first chapter of gender statistics. I think the name has changed a bit. These days we call it social and economic inclusion, but when we started it was called gender statistics chapter for both economic survey and statistical abstract. Following that, of course, we were able to develop a technical working committee that not only helps us to coordinate and to gather statistics from the different actors within the national statistical system. We came up with a technical working committee. And this committee meets, it's meant to be meeting every quarter, but because of budgetary constraints, sometimes we end up meeting maybe once or twice a year. But this committee coordinates the production of statistics, the gender statistics. And again, they also validate the statistics. The same team helps us whenever we are updating the SDG framework. And therefore, we are able not only to produce the statistics alone as KNBS, but we have the other actors participating. Again, to strengthen the gender statistics, with the support again of Women Count, we were able to have the interagency statistics committee or technical working group that helped us to get, within that EASC, we also have the technical working committee on gender statistics, and we work together to be able to implement the first GSSP, that is the Gender Sector Statistics Plan. The other thing, of course, that we were able to do, which was really profound, was to come up with the first Gender Sector Statistics Plan, which lapsed in 2023, and now the successor plan is the one that has just been launched. So from the side of KNBS, together with our stakeholders, there are certain gains that we have made to ensure that gender statistics stands out. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I just want to add, I find the processes in Kenya incredibly participatory. I want to share that we've recently tested the femicide statistical framework, and the number of hoops and consultative meetings that had to be completed and still need to be completed were probably double as to what we have in other countries. So I think that process leads to inclusion and as well greater adoption of products once you produce them, the use of the statistics, etc. So thank you. And over to you, Angela. Let's hear from Uganda and from a user perspective.
Thank you very much, Isabella. First of all, I would like to congratulate Kenya for the launch of the plan and the instruments and the tools that you've launched. Have a long-term planning strategy where we have a series of 5-year national development plan. So we developed our first national gender statistics plan in 2010, aligned to our first national development plan. By the time the Women Count program phase 1 was introduced, there was quite a lot of work going on. And once we embarked on Women Count phase 1, we were able to undertake quite a number of studies. The first was the time use survey, which really informed quite a lot of work in Uganda, because there was a deliberate effort to ensure that services are brought closer to the beneficiaries. Issues around water, issues around energy, issues around health facilities and education, and so on. So really the first time use survey informed a lot of our work in terms of making lives better for women and girls that were doing all this work. As part of the surveys, there was quite a number of poverty surveys conducted. And of course, our development plan is focusing on reducing poverty in Uganda. We've had a number of affirmative action, especially where the gender inequalities are huge. One of the areas where gender inequality was huge, it was in terms of economic empowerment. We have a special program on women entrepreneurship program. The young people were not doing well economically, so we have a special program. We have a program for older persons. Yesterday, one of the contributors was concerned about older persons in Kenya. In Uganda, we have special programs and allowances. This has helped in terms of reducing the existing inequality in Uganda, and of course, also empowering the formerly marginalized communities. As part of the Women Count, gender in statistics was prioritized. We worked on our first national priority gender indicators, which has really done a lot in terms of ensuring that respective ministries, departments, and agencies are contributing to the bigger part of generation of gender statistics. A lot of work has also been done in terms of the SDGs. At least we can now track over 32 indicators on gender equality and empowerment of women from the previous 11 in 2016. So there's quite a lot of improvement. WUBOS, the National Uganda Bureau of Statistics, has a lot of data collection tools. The National Household Survey, the National Panel Survey, the National Survey on Violence Against Women and Girls across the life cycle, an annual agriculture survey, as well as the Uganda Demographic Health Survey. So there's been a deliberate effort to ensure that among all these surveys, gender statistics is generated and shared. So that has helped us to have quite a wide range of areas covered under gender statistics. This has been possible mainly because of the institutional structures in place. As the case in Kenya, we also have the National Gender Statistics Advisory Committee that is chaired by the Minister of Gender, Labour Social Development, and WOBOS, and this helps us in guiding us on what to do in terms of generation of gender mainstreaming data. Ministries, departments also produce annual abstracts, statistical abstracts, and taking on the work of the national gender priority indicators, they're able to generate data alongside the indicators in their respective areas of mandate. A lot has been done in the Ministry of Health, Education, Agriculture, the entire jail sector. We now know where crime rates are. And of course, gender-based violence has been one of the leading cases of violence. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has also been key in terms of generation of gender statistics. What we really see as the enabling environment is in terms of the laws and policies, and of course the partnership created among government and our development partners, especially under Women Count, phase 1 and 2. And of course the aspect that we've started to use technology in terms of generation of gender statistics. However, much more needs to be done in terms of ensuring that we fully adopt technology to make data collection, generation, and utilization analysis cost-effective. So what are we planning? We want to undertake a second national survey on violence across the life cycle. Work has already started together with WOBOS. We are doing our second time survey, and I hope this will help us in terms of filling the gaps. We've done work around older persons. Outstanding challenges, resource constraints is one of them. Limited technology utilization is another one. And of course, what is also coming out is the fact that there's quite a lot of data that has to be harmonized, and WOBOS is undertaking this. WOBOS already runs a web portal where all this information and data is uploaded, and Ugandans and other stakeholders are free to utilize this information. By and large, we thank the partners for the support. And of course, we are feeling a little bit envious that we are not part of the Women Count 3, but I think we'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Angela. You know, I just want to add to what she said. She's actually very modest about the achievements of Uganda. They were the first country in East and Southern Africa that produced a standalone gender-based violence survey, and I'm happy to hear your second one is on the way. And at that time, which was 3 years ago, 2022, yeah. So at that time, they already included the technology-facilitated violence module, which most countries are only beginning to address now. So even your gender data portal was a first in the region. So yes, on our maturity model, gender data outlook, Uganda scores really very high in all dimensions in terms of where you are for gender data production and use. So congratulations as well. Let's now go to Dr. Amina. Now we're going to learn a little bit more about Tanzania's experiences, and they've also been part of this program for more than 8 years. And we've seen a lot of interesting things there. So Dr. Amina, thanks for coming. Over to you.
Thank you, Isabella, and I really wanted to congratulate the Kenya for the big milestone which they have done, and we are seeing the plan today. In Tanzania, I can say that we are not very far from the KNBS, but we have taken 3 key reforms against our National Bureau of Statistics functions and the mandate to align on those activities which we are working on. So the first shift is to move from standing alone. Most of the gender statistics can be collected also against the household-based surveys, and we have done that through including a module, embedding a module in household and budget survey. We have also included a module of women empowerment and nutrition in agriculture, in annual agriculture survey, as well as the labor force survey, the population and housing census. And in all this, we have producing what we call the gender thematic reports. So we have the monographs for gender from the population and housing census, but we have the gender reports for the labor force. Also, as well as for the annual agriculture survey, we have women, nutrition, and empowerment report. And that being the case then, it will help us to make sure that we are integrating our activities, as gender statistics is a cross-cutting agenda. It means it makes us easier to keep tracking some of the indicators through the main and the census survey. At the same time, we have strengthened the coordination mechanism. We are conducting actually quarterly meetings with the stakeholders, the sector specific, but parallel to that, we have already developed the Tanzania Integrated Statistical Portal, which integrates or pulling the data from the administrative systems from other ministries. So far, we have included about 20 ministries and the departments who are filling their data in their system, and then we can pull it from our system. And before inserting or before integrating the data to our system, we sit down, we meet together, we agree on the indicators, and if gender is part and parcel of that area, it means the gender statistics can be obtained through that area. But at the same time, we have done some expanding our official statistics to gender-related areas, special studies. And last year, 2025, we have done gender and environment study survey, a big one, and we have a report which is now circulating in our system. And at the same time, this year we are now doing the assessment, barriers to women's participation in peace operations, and this is actually purely support from the UN Women. So we really feel privileged to be part of this Women Count agenda, and we have seen that Tanzania has been benefiting from it. So all these efforts, we are seeing that we are shifting toward measuring gender as a specific or standing alone agenda, but rather than linking it with environment, agriculture, as well as peace and security. So overall, Tanzania is actually making a very good progress in filling data gaps. But as other panels were trying to mention that the bigger challenge we are seeing now, of course, yes, generating data is one thing, but the second part is the use side. So we are producing a lot of data from a different kind of platforms. We have the administrative data, which are more routinely, and we are receiving it in a massive way. But at the same time, we are producing it through national surveys, and in most cases, each year, we'll have a model which has got some gender statistics. So pulling them together, analyze them, and make it visible and user-friendly to our stakeholders is our main cry now, to see how we can really reach out the major stakeholders, including the ministry responsible for gender activities. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Amina. You know, I want to say something which is not on point exactly, but Dr. Amina is the second Director General of a National Statistical Office that's a woman in Tanzania. So they've now had 2 terms. She's the second one in a row, and I want to congratulate her for keeping the flag of women in statistics high. So congratulations on that. Then also want to just pull out 2 things from what you shared, which is quite significant for our next phase of Women Count. The first one is you were the first country in our region who did the environmental and gender survey. And as we begin to review the report, publish and use the data, it will be very interesting to use this to encourage other countries in the region to follow suit. So thanks for that. And then I also want to commend them that you are also a pathfinder in the area of publishing gender-based violence statistics in Zanzibar specifically, regularly, and having media conferences around those publications every time it goes out. It's quarterly or monthly. Do you know? Yeah, so it's so regular, and that's also a first in our region. So there's a lot of good practice examples in the countries, but also the countries we couldn't bring to this table today. Our region is rich in experiences and learning around gender data and statistics. So thanks, Dr. Amina. Dr. Vivi, over to you on specifically finances, gender responsive budgeting.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to firstly thank the UN Women for the invitation and the consistent partnership, and also the government of Kenya, just to commend you on the progress that you've made in so far as collecting data around women and girls matters. So for South Africa, there are many initiatives and reforms that have been initiated. I'll just try to streamline just to focus on the context of this conversation. So on a general commitment level, South Africa has been committed to gender equality. However, the problem that we have found was that there's no focus on gender statistics, to be specific. So what we were experiencing is that in our national statistics system, while we have data overall addressing service delivery and other issues, we didn't have data that is disaggregated to deal with gender issues. So for example, our statistics systems would talk about the number of youth unemployed, number of households living under poverty, but it didn't actually disaggregate data to say that the number of women that are unemployed in comparison to men are, so forth and so on and so forth. So we had to work on the statistical system for it to disaggregate the data and give us the data that we want on gender practices and gender norms. That's the first reform. And then the second reform had to do a lot with the budgeting and the finances. It's a similar challenge that we had with the statistics, in a sense that when we budget, our budgeting system is budgeting based on functions. For example, we've got 5 key functions. The first function looks at the health sector. There's a function looking at the social sector, law enforcement, general public services. So that became a problem because when you're looking for data on gender, you can't find it because you only find data per function. So we had to implement the gender responsive budgeting reform for us to be able to see how much does government budget for gender-related initiatives. So that's where the gender-related, gender-responsive budgeting came from, to say that we know that we have data, but data is isolated and departments are doing work in isolation. So we need to find out how much is government spending specifically on gender-related initiatives. So what the statistical system was helping us with is to develop what we've published, which is a gender budget statement. So the statistics will tell us, for example, that there are a number of women who are unemployed in certain industries. So that helps us in the statement to develop to see the gaps in government budgeting, to say that, so what are certain departments doing to address that gap of unemployment for women? So that's how we're able to use statistics to inform budgeting. So it's a big reform that we've started with in 2024, and we've published our second gender budget statement this year. In that budget statement, we basically have a pilot. We're using a pilot system to actually help departments eventually having a rollout. So we first took 10 departments, of which we were focusing on economic empowerment. And in that focus of economic empowerment, we wanted to see at the center of the economy, what are the initiatives for women empowerment? And then in the second round, we included economic empowerment together with women endowment. We wanted to see what are the social aspects that government is engaging? How much are they budgeting to ensure that women are in a better off position socially and otherwise? So that's where we are right now. We are in a second phase of our pilot, and we're still refining our data. We are still trying to find the gaps and actually trying to see what is the problem. Why can't our departments give us readily available data? And the biggest thing that we found, really, Isabella, is the fact that the data is there, but the systems don't allow us to extract the data. And that's one of our key focuses, to make sure that if you go to a certain department, you find the data that you're looking for on gender reforms. And we also found that, so our departments use of gender initiatives. So you ask, for example, how much are you spending in GBV is one of the biggest easy way out, because they will say we are spending so much on GBV. But we want to know more. We want to know how many women are in construction, how many women are part of the economy, how many women are benefiting from social grants. We just don't want to know only about GBV. And another easy way out that we have identified is that departments also use this idea of saying number of women in senior management positions. And we realize it's good that women are in senior management positions, but we also want to know in terms of other functions, what are you doing in terms of the mandate that you've given to actually ensure that departments are part of technical industries that actually produce economic empowerment. So that's basically where we are in terms of our processes. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Vive. I also want to add that in that particular example, there was a very strong underpin of partnerships driven by the Ministry of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, but leadership from National Treasury and all the other ministries who are contributing data to the system, contributing to the gender equality outcomes of South Africa. And I think bringing all those people around the table was one of the first battles that had to be won, and then followed by the capacity building, which they're, as she said, now rolling out in phases. So they published their first gender budget statement last year. The second one is coming this year. It's already published. So these are all very positive steps towards realizing how much is being allocated to gender equality work, and also how do we need to plan differently and use our resources differently. So thanks a lot. I just want to ask Madam Chair, are we now out of time or can we continue? Okay, so I think what I'm going to do before we go to scaling up, and I'm going to give an opportunity for people from the floor to ask questions. Just so that we break it up a little bit and make sure we don't lose that commentary from the floor. Thank you.
If you have a question, please raise your hand so that I can see you and bring the mic to you. Anybody with a question for the panel before they continue? Okay, I think probably continue and then we can open the floor one more time.
So our next question, and related to your areas of work and experience and expertise, how transferable do you think these initiatives are? How can it be scaled up in your own country, but perhaps across the region? You know, we are particularly looking at peer-to-peer learning, peer-to-peer exchange, and we do that through the annual Africa Gender Statistics Forum. But there's also an opportunity for us to have special missions where we share what we've achieved and done. So the question is really to all of you, you know, how scalable and transferable this is, and also how sustainable. You know, we've got 2 countries here who've received a lot of financial support through actually now free, with Kenya included, for nearly 10 years, and this huge stream of money has now ended. There will still be money available, but not so much. Does it have implications for your work? So, well, let's start again with Rosemary. Over to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Thank you very much. About the initiatives that we have taken as KNBS, we could work together because if there is an area that we have succeeded, for example, developing a plan specifically for gender statistics, we have the expertise within the Bureau, and whenever a country around us is interested to be able to develop such a plan, we can be able to work together and be able to develop such a plan. We have had initiatives of, we may not have all the resources to produce or to come up with a survey that is dedicated to gender statistics, but we big write or we load a module in a certain survey that comes up. I think we've done this not only for gender statistics, but for other areas of statistics, and it really cuts on costs. We can be able to collaborate in terms of strengthening capacity within the region and supporting one another. Today, I've heard about gender and environment. We've not been able to do that in Kenya, but it's an area that would be of interest to us to be able to learn from Tanzania, how they've been able to do that. Like for example, in Kenya, we have tested a statistical framework on femicide. And I'm not sure whether the regions around have done that. And we can be able to work together to see to it that we are able to test that particular model and framework to be able to have compact statistics on that subset of GBV. The other way, of course, is to be able to partner and collaborate because we know that within the region, there are certain strengths and there are certain weaknesses. So if we can be able to synergize and be able to work together, then even within the region, we can be able to ensure that we have better capacity to produce even a higher volume of gender statistics. And I think in this case, I've just heard from Uganda that their first plan was, is it in 2010? 2010. And they are moving to do another one. Yes. So there is a lot of capacity within. And I think a forum like this really brings out opportunities for us to be able to see and to look around who is better and be able to harness that opportunity. And we really appreciate all the sponsors that have made this workshop possible, and also the richness in terms of ideas that are in this room. So for Kenya, I think we feel that we should be able to share the experiences, we should be able to synergize in the areas of our strengths and be able to get better statistics for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look at harnessing the power of technology as an important element in scaling up our work, because that will reduce the amount of financial resources expected and the elaborate time taken to generate data. So as a country, that is where we would want to go. And of course, technology is important. We need the support of other partners in making it easy, but also in terms of technology, in terms of dissemination of data is important. There are areas, Uganda's, we've just adopted our 4th National Development Plan, and of course, priorities have slightly shifted because we are now looking at agro-industrialization, harnessing tourism, harnessing information, harnessing mineral development, mining, and of course those are some of the areas, especially oil and gas, where we've not been able to generate gender statistics, even in mining. So those are areas for us to tackle in terms of ensuring that we are able to generate gender disaggregated data. And those are areas where women are really not well represented. We've done well in agriculture, education, and health, so we need to go into those other areas. I totally agree with my neighbor that strengthening collaboration and partnership is important, and of course that will help us in terms of the shrinking fiscal space in most of our countries. We need sustainability also depends on the continuous capacity building, strengthening the systems and ensuring that we are able to do much more with the limited resources we have. Thank you. Regional learning is very, very important, and I would like to thank the team that is bringing us together to learn what's happening in Kenya, what's happening in Uganda, for us to do better in terms of gender statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella, and I echo on my sisters here what they are saying. But in terms of Tanzania, if we have launched the Tanzania Vision 2050 last year, and we are expecting that from this year, July, we are going to start implementing it. And through that vision, actually we have a lot regarding the gender, women's, and the indicators are there. And it actually helps us to give a power to make sure that we can really harmonize and standardize the gender statistics information into our routine system. So the first thing which I can echo again is on the mainstreaming of the gender statistics, because it's really key to make sure that even the administrative data now can really give us some of the indicators, the estimates. Because if we are talking about planning, we are planning yearly, but if we are talking about the surveys, we can talk about the gender and the environment. Yes, with the limited resources, we cannot do it every year. So the administrative data, that means we need to mainstream it to make sure that the data which are produced by the ministries, by the departments, also meets the international as well as national standards. We can use it as a statistics product. So that is the first thing, but the second thing is on the coordination, which is really key. Even to, at this point, we feel proud of this progress due to the coordination part internally. We are meeting and we are discussing, and sometimes we are able even to reduce some of the duplicates which are going across, if it's in the department or statistical office. So that means reducing the duplicates, that means even we can utilize the limited resources effectively. But at the same time, the capacity building is key. And this capacity building, that means peer-to-peer learning is one thing from regional offices, but we need also to give the local community, all the local people to have some skills regarding how can really translate the data which we have. Sometimes we are producing the data, we are producing the gender statistics, but when it comes to translation, to make it useful to their planning and even monitor the activity, then it becomes really hard. So the capacity building is really critical from our side, but the partnership really important, and we really appreciate the support from different donors as well as NGOs. When we wanted to do this kind of surveys, we call them and they agree, and we discuss and we move forward. So this is a shared responsibility. Gender statistics is not only for a specific department, the ministry or the NBS, but it's a responsibility to all of us, different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll just share a couple of lessons that we have learned as we are going along that can help in terms of just transferring or assisting other countries. The first thing that we found was that there generally is a lack of understanding of gender in society. So because people don't understand gender norms, what does it mean? When you are focusing on gender, departments struggle to actually give you the data based on what they are doing. And I'll make you an example. If a department, for example, works on issues of construction and you ask them, can you please give me data on gender? they can't mainstream, they don't understand what gender mainstreaming is, which is a general issue in society. So the first thing is to invest in capacity building or information sharing about gender mainstreaming, to empower people about what gender norms are. It's very difficult for people to understand also how gender affects normal life. They will tell you, in our country, for example, one of the critiques that the National Treasury itself has received is to say that the National Treasury does not budget according to gender, it budgets according to function. But the question really is, who do those functions serve? Because it serves normal people, women, men. So it actually is a gender data issue. So we need to focus on gender mainstreaming and making sure that people understand gender dynamics and how to apply it to their specific work and mandate. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is for us to obviously invest in data systems that actually make it easier. And I think we've spoken about technology, and I'm not going to focus much on that. But to ensure that we have the system that responds to the data that we're looking for. And then the third thing is to ensure that there's compliance, right? And the one way you can ensure that there's compliance is to make sure that your legal framework is actually very strong. So once government departments function on a legal framework perspective and there's consequences to not complying, they comply. You institutionalize. That's how you institutionalize. And they actually have penalties for not complying. So we need to also focus on that, an issue of compliance. And the last issue is for us to ensure that we move from just having data that is redundant. We have data, we don't know what to do with the data. So we need to make sure that we know what to do with the data and how it informs budgeting, planning, and also policy frameworks. And that we move away from just having pilots. So we'll just have a pilot and then we move on to the next project. We need to make sure that pilots actually become rollout and they become institutionalized. So yes, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, I find that really significant. I would just like to highlight quickly before we give to the floor an opportunity. But the appreciation of peer-to-peer exchange and the way we've actually over the last two women count phases purposefully worked on peer-to-peer exchange. And Kenya is one of the leaders in East and Southern Africa, and we're looking forward to further build on what you've done here and what you continue to do. I also would like to acknowledge, Angela, your focus on technology. You're one of the countries that will now have less financial resources available for gender statistics. And I do believe technological advances are going to push us forward, modernization of statistical practices. And that segue very well with Dr. Amina, where they have quite a big focus on receiving administrative data and analyzing it as the National Statistical Office from a gender perspective and integrating that into their statistical reports. So I think those are all opportunities that we need to capitalize on, and also as you progress on your journey in Tanzania, we need to make sure that those lessons learned are also promulgated, shared with others. And then appreciative of all these lessons learned and your stress on giving the capacity to government departments to know how to gender mainstream, as well as the importance of normative frameworks and the enforcement of that. So you may have regulations and rules, but if nobody is penalized if they don't adopt it, everybody will just continue to do what they like. And I think one of the things that has moved South Africa forward in the space of gender equality is your quota system. And that's an example of a regulation that actually worked in the favor of women. So thank you. I've now also spoken too much. I would like to encourage you to ask questions to our distinguished panel. If you want to maybe expand or ask questions about the work they've done in Kenya, we've heard a lot, Uganda, Tanzania, and South Africa. You're most welcome to raise your hand.
All right, we have one hand at the far back. Okay, two hands. And please keep your questions short and straight to the point. I don't know if the media team, do we have an extra mic to pass it on to The lady at the far back, and then, all right. So please keep your questions short and straight to the point, because we were supposed to have a hard stop at exactly 1:15, and we still have one more panel coming. So let's keep your questions really short and straight to the point. But yes, the lady at the back.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Maureen Sharon Awino. I advocate more, I'm a caregiver myself, so I advocate more on children and girls with disability. So my question is for Homa Bay, Busia, and Western, especially Western region, and Nyanza, because here is where we get a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to girls, early pregnancy, and also caregivers, like girls, due to early pregnancy, we have the caregivers there, especially now that we have like the neurodiversity is the high rank, the disability is so high, especially in the maternal and everything. So my question is, did you guys cover the number of youths and girls on early pregnancy who have disability and they don't know where to go, or they don't know anywhere that they can turn into, and they also have mental issues and no one can solve their issues, and they're just locking themselves down, because there is where we have many issues when it comes to mental health in girls and youths who are teens. And also they have children, teens who have children, especially children with disability. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva. As I had mentioned yesterday, I'm a social expert in the development of Kenya's first sustainable ocean plan. I am working on gender issues in marine. I'm also supporting partly the development, marine spatial planning for Kenya. I sit here and listen to us talk about gender, and you talk about it and say, let's just build capacities and train. And this is how I see your building capacities panning out. You take government officials to a 5-day training and you expect them to become gender analysts. I studied my master's for 2 years to be able to do this. And when we started gender work in Kenya, for example, it was easy. You just needed passion and a few understanding of how men and women relate at household and community level. And therefore you could do awareness on GBV. But good people, gender has evolved. It has become a very technical subject. I say this because I'm supporting, I'm now with the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, and I see the struggles. I have written a note, 3 pages, advising the spatial planning team on how to engage women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the process as a stakeholder expert, a stakeholder engagement expert. So, my proposal is this gender mainstreaming, the way government is doing it or governments are doing it, must be reviewed. Gender statistics is very technical. It's good to produce numbers, but what do those numbers mean? And translate them into policy briefs that then government can sit. I have met civil society that is defeated, county governments that are defeated, because they cannot explain what mangroves mean to women. They can just say the numbers of women in those spaces. So this is my proposal. We have a whole State Department for Gender where expertise is domiciled, deep expertise. I'm not talking about capacity building, these 3 days, 5-day things. I'm talking about experts like Dr. Josephine here was my master's supervisor in university. I'm talking about experts that can analyze and advise Treasury. I worked at National Treasury for some time, and I was trying to deepen and help them interlink gender and economics and understand unpaid care work. And it took me several months. So let the State Department for Gender lend expertise to government. World Bank projects that governments are implementing need gender expertise. Mega government infrastructural projects need gender expertise. Let's not think that gender is developing a participants list and disaggregating and returning it to the office and saying, we have been stripped. That's why it is very difficult in this country to measure and report on gender. I was with the SDGs Forum. I was in charge of measuring and reporting on SDG 5 in Kenya. And you are given even data. And it is difficult. You chase civil societies, and the most they can do is quantitatively report. But it is qualitative reporting that unlocks budgets. Last year, I analyzed the Kenyan budget. I was given 3 days to analyze and present it to Parliament. And it was very difficult. So tell me, an officer in fisheries can conduct a gender analysis and defend that to get more budgets from Treasury. It is very difficult. That attitude must stop. Gender is not church. It is not preaching. It is becoming very technical. And as we develop towards technology, as we develop towards extractives, marine science, we will not expect even these junior new entry gender specialists or officers to be the one standing before governments to ask for budgets to be unlocked. It will not work.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Sabwa, State Department, Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. I'll not repeat what Madam Sharon has asked in regard to the girl child in Western Nyanza, Migori, and the teenage pregnancies. Mine goes straight to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in regard to collection of gender disaggregated data. This is informed such that so far we have about 88 gender-specific indicators, and the good progress we've made so far in respect to making every woman and girl count is on reporting of about 42 gender-specific indicators, leaving a very wide gap. That's why this meeting is in place. So to bear in mind what the CS remarks, CS Treasury remarks were, right from yesterday, throughout today, this morning, through the representatives, State Department for Economic Planning. Economic Planning Department will only advise government on planning in respect to official data that is supplied by the National Bureau of Statistics. And that's why we are partnering with you in regard to data collection. Data collection on gender disaggregated data is important because what you collect at the National Bureau of Statistics informs policy planners at State Department for Economic Planning and goes into budgeting and affects the budgeting allocation we receive at State Department for Gender Affairs for our day-to-day operation. So in a way, the data you collect affects our allocation. That's why we are championing for more data collection on gender disaggregation, disaggregated data, to get estimates of gender-specific indicators. So the question is, bearing in mind your budget allocation so far at the National Bureau of Statistics, the budget constraints you have, what are the best methods we can use to reach out to more of our clients on collecting gender disaggregated data in respect to women who are under unpaid work, domestic workers, informal settlement, because that is what is affecting us. We cannot get estimates, we cannot make informed decisions on the data that is missing from that segment. And in the event we collect it, what methods are we going to use to run the data, to analyze the data, so as to get the estimates? Are the current methods, tools at the National Bureau of Statistics sufficient enough to run big data? Or do you require more funding, more financing, more budget supplement to get expertise and hire more tools for advanced data analysis on big data? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, allow us to respond to those so that we give room for the next session.
So maybe, Rosemary, if we can start with you and respond to whatever is relevant to you, and then we move to Dr. Vivi. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I'll begin with the last one on the method to get funding, especially for statistics on unpaid domestic and care work. We have the labor force survey that is supposed to start probably around April. We have funding with the support of the World Bank to undertake this survey, and we have a module on time use. So from this survey of time use, that the labor force survey, having this module is guaranteeing us that we shall be able to have estimates of the proportion of men and women that are involved in unpaid domestic and care work. And I am sure that we should be able to proceed again to develop a household satellite account on the estimated value of unpaid care work. So for that one, it is taken care of. The other question is whether we have the skills to analyze big data. Yesterday, I talked about capacity building that has been going on in KNBS with support of our stakeholders and development partners. One of them is the ONS UK and others in developing our capacity for big data analytics. And we have a pool of young statisticians that have been experimenting on the large data sets to be able to see whether we can be able to have a way of analyzing a big data. So the capacity building is going on. But in terms of expertise and capacity building, it is ongoing. There is also another question on early pregnancy related to mental health and disability. We have carried out the Kenya Mini DHS. Previously, we had the DHS of 2022. I think we should be able to explore. I do not have the questions in those, the questionnaires that we have used for both, whether we can be able to explore extracting information on early pregnancy, relating it to individuals within the survey that had disability. But having signed the Inclusive Data Charter in 2018, it's a commitment by KNBS to be able to capture information to ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind. And therefore, most of the data that we collect at household level, at individual level, has got information on disability, it has got information on gender, that is male, capturing male, female, and therefore, when we do further analysis of this information, we should be able to provide at least some good estimates, especially that concern about early pregnancy and disability, among any other. I'm not sure whether we captured mental health in the DHS 2022 and 2025. So maybe we can be able to, you can be able to reach out to us so that we can be able to extract that particular kind of data to meet your need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regarding teenage pregnancy among young girls with disabilities, we've been capturing that indicator of teenage pregnancy as well as child marriage in our case. Deliberate efforts are also taken to bring out teenage pregnancy along disability, but I think where we are doing, where we still have a gap is following up with a comprehensive package of services. But generally we have, we've been implementing a national strategy on ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda because it's still a very big issue for us, as well as allowing child mothers to go back to school. There's been recently a new development where child care facilities is getting prioritized, especially in public spaces like markets, and to some certain extent in schools. Regarding academic training, most of our universities in Uganda have a specialized training on gender and women's studies, both at undergraduate, but also at master's program. That has helped us in terms of bridging the gap on gender mainstreaming and looking into account on women's empowerment. Budgeting, of course, data is very important in informing budgets, and this has been one of the areas where ministries and departments' budget, it's mandatory to put aside budgets for gender equality and empowerment of women, including gender-based violence, climate action, as well as issues to do with sexual reproductive health. So those are some of the cross-cutting issues that government of Uganda has already defined and adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, and for me, I will just be answering in a general manner. Regarding I can say the special studies, when we are talking about teenager pregnancy, mental health, and combining with other kind of social issues, it means in some cases that group of teenagers, if you wanted to have a very good estimates, that means you needed to conduct a very special study. So I will come back to echo on how we really coordinate ourselves as from the government, as well as NGOs and other stakeholders to see how we can really pull together different kind of initiative and have some kind of surveys which we can conduct and fit the purpose of a country, of a very specific country. Currently, we are facing a very big challenge on to conduct a demographic and health survey, and we have already, for example, for Tanzania, we have already started discussing with Kenyans to learn how they really conduct the mini DHS. So that is a way to go with our side. But I heard about the capacity building. The capacity building is really tough when we talk it here. Gender expertise, yes, we really need those at that level. But at the same time, when we have the evidence, the statistics, there are some kind of a dissemination, a user-friendly ways of producing or getting the data into the stakeholders so that they can use it. That's why there are different levels of capacity which is needed, and it might be from the peer-to-peer, or it might be the long-term training, as she mentioning. And the ministries also, again, we are also working on to see how we can really have the gender expertise in our ministry as well as in our statistics office to make sure that we can really translate whatever we have, but the massive kind of information we have. That is also another area because we have the data from different dimensions. We need to pull them together, and we need that capacity. And we are seeing that the technology is running and we are trying to fit in. So all this is, again, is a partnership, collaborations, sharing the knowledge, making sure that everybody is responsible to this. So I think once we are together, it will give us a very big milestone, and we'll reach a point that we are talking one language, and the needs or the gaps can be filled very effectively. With regard to the quantitative and the qualitative, yes, back to the way we have in terms of the national statistical offices, we are producing more of them is quantitatively. But we think that if we are able to pull the data together, analyze it in depth, then we can identify those areas which needs extra support or which needs special studies. So in that case, in those special studies, we may see how we can do the mixed kind of research methodologies to make sure that we have the quantity, and then we can scale down to have the qualitative, which can be, again, yes, feed our needs, and we really understand what is happening in our societies. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I know we have a lot to say, but in the interest of time, if it's okay with you to just allow the next session a bit of time to finish with the next session, then we can answer more of those questions maybe after. If okay, probably.
Okay, I'm also going to try to be quick just to answer generally. So the question around the disabilities, especially the youth and teenage pregnancies, I think in South Africa, our case is to establish the strength of the institutions that have been established to deal with those mandates. We have the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities that is supposed to ensure that this data is institutionalized. So they play an oversight role in other departments. And also we have the Commission for Gender Equality, which is an independent institution that also needs to make sure that such data is platform and institutionalized. And I think it's also a matter of coordination as well, because once you find that there are teenagers with disabilities that are pregnant, you first need data to establish who are the fathers of these children. Is it a case of sexual assault? You need the police to come in. You need that data for you to be able to make better policy decisions. So also if it's a social services issue, you need the Department of Social Development to intervene and actually come up with solutions on how to deal with the issue. So it's also an issue of coordination in how you get the data and how you inform better policy and planning. And then the second issue around the expertise, and I think it's a critical point to engage, because gender data is technical. And that's why I said, I think in my previous submission, to say that not everyone has an understanding of the depth of and how to deal with that data. So in our country, what we do is try to enforce compliance in departments, that every government department must have a gender focal point. So a gender focal point is a unit that exists in every single department that actually houses gender experts. So gender experts will take data from that department and interpret it and then come with solutions or actually give insights, right? So that is something that is supposed to happen as a matter of compliance. And also what we've realized in South Africa is that even in the departments, people work in silos. So you have your finance department, you have the project managers, you have the head of department. They're not talking to each other. And you need all of them to work together, because the program manager is the one that is supposed to have the insights on the gender dynamics, to say that I want my program to address gender in this way. So finance, give me money. Then finance can give them money for that. And then you need the head of department to say, in fact, I do approve. So that's also part of the thing about expertise, where you need the units in department to be capacitated, but also to know the different roles that they play and how they inform the bigger picture. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Isabella, as well. I think this is the only panel that it was an all-female panel, if I'm not wrong. So let's appreciate them and give them a bigger round of applause for that wonderful, wonderful segment and insight. Thank you so much, ladies. Really appreciate that. And ladies and gentlemen, so we'll quickly transition into the last session of the day, and it's on partnering for a sustainable future and leveraging the power of gender data in East and Southern Africa. And the moderator for this session is Joshua Musimi, who's a program specialist, gender statistics from UN Women. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way to the stage and also introduce his panelists. And Joshua, I don't know if you'll be generous enough to finish with the panel in 15 or 20 minutes. We have a hard stop at exactly 1:30. Thank you so much, Joshua. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Moderator, today you've been so generous with the time, and I was not able to stop you because I'll be conflicted. I was coming in next. Therefore, I'll be seen like it's a conflict of interest. This panel, we have, let me ask, Isabella is here already. Thank you, Isabella, for coming very quickly. I will invite Johnson Kaguma from the East African community. I will ask Dr. Ross from Havidep. I'll also request Johnson, you can just sit. We have, is it Esther from Ladesa? If Esther is here, yeah, our representative. I think that's it. I'll be quickly, and I'll request for your indulgence, audience. I know we were supposed to stop at 1. I know some of our chief guests have engagement past 1, but I'll request like 15 minutes or so. Yes. Yes, IGAD, with a representative from IGAD. I tried to establish whether he's here, but we could not trace him. That's why I did not call him. Yeah. So I'll request if we can take about 20 or so minutes. I know Josephine, you had to leave, and I know so the table. I'll request for about 15 to 20 minutes, if you allow me. I will not be as generous as Isabella, so I'll rush them through 5 minutes each, and that gives me 20 minutes. This section 6 is Partnering for Sustainable Future and Leverage on the Power of Gender Data in East and Southern Africa. And I want to say that this is a panel that brings together regional leaders who have been shaping how gender data is produced, how it is used, how it is translated into policy action in the region. And therefore, I'll be quickly running through each one of them, and I'll request if you could summarize in your presentation, because we do not have much of the time. I know some of the work we've seen in the region on gender data. We've been in the forefront. And like most of the speakers spoke from yesterday, we've done quite a lot in the region. We've been able to share with other regions about the work we are doing, and even the expertise, some of our, exchange program and peer-to-peer learning exchanges with the West Africa. And therefore, I know, if I start with you, Isabella, I'll quickly shoot and ask, how has partnership shaped the region's progress, particularly what we've seen in the East and Southern Africa?
I always say I'm a statistician, so I don't talk a lot. I'll be brief. It's not difficult for me to be brief. So quite as a start, continentally, we have the Africa Program of Gender Statistics, which coordinates the gender statistics work on the continent. We partner as UN Women with South Africa, the African Union Commission, Economic Commission of Africa, as well as the African Development Bank. And one of the main deliverables of this coordination structure is really to deliver on the Africa Gender Statistics Forum, which takes place annually. This year we'll have it in Cameroon. And that's a platform for peer-to-peer learning and exchange, but also for us to share statistical best practices and emerging statistical themes with the participants who attend this Africa Gender Statistics Forum. Then running to the next level, we have Johnson here. You're welcome. He's from East Africa Community. We are so pleased that now, as of today, Southern Africa Development Community, East Africa Community, as well as IGAD, all have developed their first gender statistics strategies. Congratulations. And this is going to lead their work as we move forward in the coming phase of Women Count Free. We hope to really work closely with you to implement your strategy. And then, of course, much lower than this regional rec forum is the work that we do at country level, where it's extremely important that we adhere to the prescripts of SDG 17. And as you know, we now have some research agencies and also civil society organizations who work at grassroots level. So those kinds of partnerships, which we support at country level, are really important because it helps us to get a more complete data ecosystem. It also helps us to develop data systems that are inclusive. And I'm really happy that Affidep and Landis, apologies, are here because I think that's demonstrative of the kind of partnerships that are needed to move gender statistics forward. Over to you.
Thank you. Isabella, before I leave you, does this relate to the work we are doing under the Women Count, these strategies that have been developed across the regions? You've talked about the IGAD, you talked about the East African community, and also the SADC, the Southern. Is this also related or supported through the Women Count work? Maybe you didn't say that.
Yes, we did support them in doing that. And I think there is another thing which I didn't mention, which is perhaps interesting and important, is many of these regional recs share countries. So for example, Kenya would be part of IGAD and East Africa Community. Tanzania is part of East Africa Community and Southern Africa Development Community. So when we supported the development of these strategies, we used the same consultants so that the consultant understands what the reporting requirements will be of Kenya when they report to East Africa Community, but as well as to IGAD. And that, I think, will help to integrate and make the kinds of statistical work a little bit more streamlined and integrated.
Okay. Thank you, Isabella. I'll come to Johnson Kagumbe from the East African community. And I'll ask from East African community perspective, why are regional partnerships critical for strengthening gender data systems? And I know I've requested if you can combine with the second question, because I may not give you more at the time. I'll give you your 5 minutes now, and you can address the second question, which was on the priorities.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regional partnerships are critical for strengthening gender data systems in the East African community because they harmonize standards across the partner states. Our resources are put together for capacity building and ensure comparability of data to guide evidence-based policy making and service delivery. Without regional collaboration, the gender data are fragmented, inconsistent, and less impactful for advancing gender equality. To move more on that, regional partnerships enables East African community countries to harmonize the methodology for compilation of gender indicators, which are aligned to the global and continental frameworks. This ensures that data collected in Kenya, data collected in South Sudan, Burundi is comparable. So we have one indicator, but we can compare across all countries. As part of the harmonization, UN Women provided support to ESC during the development of the strategy. Isabella has talked about it. They also provided support when we are developing the guidelines on harmonization of gender statistics in the community. So we are grateful for that. We find that many ESC countries face capacity gaps because they are not at the same level. For some countries, 2 of them, you find that data collection is not very frequent. Like if I can give an example, Somalia, they last conducted their population census in 1975, before most of you were born. Then DRC, Congo, last conducted their population census in 1984. So when you look at when other countries are conducting household surveys regularly, some countries are lagging behind. So we need to assist these countries to reach a certain level. So we can borrow ideas from countries which are doing better, like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, to help others. And in addition to this, we developed standard training modules. There are 3. Module 1 is on gender and social concepts. Module 2 is on gender analysis and reporting. And module 3 is on training of the trainers. This is meant to enrich or enhance the capacity of the potential trainers within the country to train others on gender statistics for improved reporting. Because reliable, comparable data helps us to identify disparities across the region. The risks which are there, which are associated with lack of collaboration, I've talked about the fragmentation. Each country producing different gender indicators, making regional comparisons impossible. What about the duplication of efforts? Wasting resources, time, yet when you combine efforts, you'll be able to deliver well. Weak accountability. It will be hard to track progress on commitments like SDGs, Agenda 2063, and the ESC gender frameworks. So from the ESC perspective, regional partnerships are not optional. They are foundational for building robust gender data systems. They ensure that gender equality efforts are guided by reliable, comparable, and actionable evidence across all the partner states. Now, if I move to the second one, the emerging areas that require strong data, gender data in the East African community include digital transformation, climate change, migration, labor markets, unpaid care work, women's economic participation, governance, and political representation. These gaps hinder effective policy making and equitable development. Now, when you look at the digital economy and technology, there are differences in the ICT, gender differences in ICT and e-commerce participation. The gender gaps are there when you look at the digital literacy, ownership of mobile phones, and access to internet. On the climate, evidence is needed on the gender issues in the connection to the climatic change. Migration, we need a lot there. There are gender differences when the refugees are, before they move, during the movement, and even when they are settled. The GBVs can be identified in the several places, harassment and so on. Women are more vulnerable in conflict zones and displacement camps. So data is needed to know how they are performing, to be able to adjust all the gender differences, especially for the migrant women and girls. On the informal sector and unpaid domestic work, data is needed on unpaid care work and its implications. We know that many women are in informal and low-paying jobs. So we need to know, to get that information, analyze it, and be able to address the gender inequalities in that area. So data is often missing on time use, caregiving roles, making it difficult to design policies to address the inequalities. On governance, we are interested in representation of women leadership roles at all levels of administration. And for health, we need sexy disaggregated data to be able to design inclusive health and welfare systems. So, Chair?
Yes.
As
allow
I
me
finish
to
this part.
No, just wait. And I know Johnson has a lot of experience, 30 years in different institutions working on education and statistics. And therefore, I know you can talk and talk. But like Johnson, we have Dr. Rose Oronche with also 20 years cumulative experience. But also I'll ask you even your two questions together. I want to ask you why multi-sectoral partnership, particularly between government, researchers, and civil society, why is it important for evidence uptake to inform policy action? Then you combine that question with the second question, which I want to find out, what will it take to ensure that gender data continues to be meaningfully shape policy across the region, that is East and Southern Africa? If you can combine the two questions, try to summarize so that I don't cut you at some point, but I'll give you 5 good minutes.
Right, thank you very much. So on the first question around why multilateral partnerships are important, I should say that as AFIDEP, we are a Research and Policy Institute, and one of the things we have done and been very deliberate about is ensuring that we are designing and generating our evidence, our research, hand in hand with the users, with the government officials. And that is because relationships and partnerships are critical. And it's not just our experience, but it's also scholarship has shown that at the point when evidence gets into policy, it gets into programs, relationships are often very, very strong between the producers and the ones who are using the evidence. And so partnerships become very critical because they ensure that we are generating evidence that is responsive. It's one thing for me as a researcher to sit in the laboratory and come up with something, but it's another thing for me to sit with the policymaker and understand what are their priorities, what are the gaps, and so what do they want to do, and so what research should I generate that speaks to the priorities of policymakers. And so they're critical because they ensure we are generating data and evidence that is responsive, but also the ownership. One of the things that also drives evidence uptake, and also that is confirmed by scholarship, that people who are using the evidence own it. So they feel like they're part of it. It's not just some researchers sat somewhere and produced a report, and then they bring it to us and say, can you use this? But that they are involved at the point when you're defining the questions, and you're conducting the work, and you're analyzing and preparing the report. And so they feel that they own this evidence. And often whenever we do that as AFIDEP, we find that we don't even have to convince governments to use the evidence because they have been part of the system. But also importantly, and this will be the last point on the first question, in the interest of time, is just ensuring it also generates demand. Because sometimes we have seen researchers generate evidence that nobody needs. You know, and so if I'm engaging and have these partnerships with the different government agencies and even civil society, we ensure that there is demand for the evidence that we are generating. We did some work last year, and that is me transitioning to the second question. That is talking about what will it take for us to ensure that gender data generation, we continue these efforts. We did a landscape analysis of gender data generation, analysis, translation, and use across Africa. We used 2 country case studies, and so we used Ethiopia and Senegal, where we did in-depth research to understand, but we also used some other countries, more of desk review. So we also looked at South Africa, Tanzania, Cameroon, and I think Mozambique. But beyond the country level analysis, we also looked at the region. So looking at the various regional bodies, just to understand what is the status of gender data generation, analysis, and importantly, use. And I'll say a couple of things of what came out. Of course, it's a big report with a lot of things, but in the interest of time, I'll just mention maybe top 3 or top 4. One of them is just ensuring that we have enabling legal frameworks and policy frameworks. We found that countries have notable frameworks around, particularly gender statistics, but often they reduce that to disaggregation. And as we've heard from yesterday, gender data is not just disaggregating men and women, it's much more than that. And so the policy frameworks are in place, but they have gaps, so they need to be, of course, addressed. But more importantly is that, are they being implemented? So the political will to implement them. In many places, those are not being implemented. So that needs to happen. Number 2 is capacities. And my sister did talk quite deeply. I won't even go there. But capacities are weak. And everyone was just telling us, you know, that we don't have capacities within the national statistics bureaus in Senegal, in Ethiopia. Capacities just came out as a big, big gap. And so we need to do a lot more. And capacities, as she said, it's beyond just trainings. It's even looking at the institutional structures. Are the people there with the capacity? Do they have the tools? Do you have standard methodologies? Particularly around gender. It became clear that we even need to have standardized methods and tools because the data being collected, some people have very different understanding, and the data being collected in different countries, you can't compare. I think he's spoken to that. And so there's a lot more we need to do on capacities. And the third one that I would prioritize is just expanding the generation, analysis, and use. Something is happening, and we all know that, but there are lots of gaps. Most of the data is incomplete, and so just looking at the generation, are we addressing the gaps? Moving beyond quantitative, we found countries are doing a lot on quantitative, but there is very little on qualitative. And as someone said earlier, without the qualitative, I mean, gender is a complex issue. So if you're only looking at numbers, we will struggle to really address the problem. And so expanding that, and more importantly, not just generating, we found a big gap between use. So people tell you are generating all this data, and NSOs are doing that, and even sectoral ministries are collecting administrative data, and they will tell you we are disaggregating it. When you get to the point of who is analyzing, who is using, it's a black box. A lot of them couldn't answer to tell us this data is being analyzed, is being used by so and so. So just expanding that. And then finally, there were the issues, of course, funding is big. I won't even go there. Much of the efforts going on the continent are being funded from outside, and so we need to put in our own money for sustainability of these systems, better coordination, and then finally just awareness. So everybody sitting in this room, we are like singing to the choir. We know the value of gender data and why it's important. But when you move outside of this room and you go to different sectors, sectoral ministries at the different levels, at the ward level where someone was talking about, the district level, the national level, people don't appreciate gender data. It just looks like another gender issue, another burden that you want to add on us. So creating awareness. One, what gender data is beyond this room, the people in this room, but importantly, why we need that data for us to make progress as far as development goals are concerned, because we won't make progress if we're ignoring gender data. We're doing some work around gender responsive budgeting, around women's economic empowerment, and it keeps coming back to gender data. It's not there. And so they're struggling to even make policies, macroeconomic policies, gender responsive because they don't have the data. And so if we can solve the data issue, then we'll be able to even address other things around how do we make macroeconomic policies gender responsive, because they have a big opportunity to advance gender equality, but then the economists can't find the data needed for them to do that. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, and I wish I had a lot of time to, interact with these leaders who are the experts, who are the shapers of how we've collected data. The last one you've just talked about, Dr. Rose, is how we can make macroeconomic policies gender responsive. And I know there was some effort in Kenya when we wanted to find out how do we make the tax laws gender responsive. And that is some work that is still ongoing. And I know we'll walk into that space and see what we can be able to work with the government and see whether, because this could be a very difficult area, while the policies are very important and they could do a lot in terms of gender, mainstreaming and all that, that is not yet explored or done. So that's something we'll be able to pick. Esther, Maura, I know, because I'm rushing everybody, you've done a lot of work on land issues and women and all that. And I would like to ask you about land issues and governance space. From the land issues and governance space, where you've been strong and advocated for a lot, what makes partnership indispensable, particularly in trying to close the gender gaps? And I will ask you the second question so that you combine the two. The second one will be, what do you see as the next frontiers for gender data, particularly on land rights, and how can better evidence strengthen women's economic empowerment, particularly in the changing context? I think you can handle the two within your 5 minutes.
Yes, and I know that 5 minutes are so short, and I'll start by just giving you a context why maybe the land rights for me is very important. I may not be part of the group that is talking to the converted, because I'd like to ask, among all the participants, how many of you Land governance, women's land rights is a priority for your organization or for the work that you do. Just see, less than half. And that actually brings to the question. So I want to thank that we were allowed to be in this space and talk. And as you heard, my name is Esther Mwaura Mwiro. I'm the Global Advocacy Director for the Stand for Halal campaign. And why that is important is to know the Stand for Halal campaign is a response to actually address the gender gap. And it was created after the SDG came into play, after we finished. And this was actually established by organizations that had worked so hard together for over 4 years to make sure that lad educators were in the SDG. And these organizations are the World Bank, UN Women, actually UN Women was leading us, FAO, LADESA, International Lad Coalition, Resource and Rights, Habitat for Humanity, Wairu Commission, Groots Kenya. That time I was the executive director of Groots Kenya. And why for me this matters a lot, because even by the time the woman count was being discussed, lad was quite, and I was happy to see Papa raise his hand, because it was part of the central issue. But many years later, lad is still very invisible. And when it's visible, it's exposing to us the gender inequality in lad governance. Yet we know, and this is why we invest in lad. And by the way, we are hosted by LADESA, so we are in LADESA. We are 50 years old as LADESA. Stand for Halal campaign is only since 2019. And we are in Uganda. Angela was part of launching the Stand for Halal campaign in Uganda. We are in Tanzania. We are in Ethiopia. We are in South Sudan. We are in, yesterday I was actually inducting DRC, Congo, and Madagascar. We are in Malawi, Rwanda, Zambia, Zimbabwe. And I won't mention the other countries, but we are a global campaign. So I also wanted to say that, because that also focuses on what is next. Why is LAD important, particularly for women's LAD rights? Securing women's LAD rights is primary, is pre-condition. You know the word pre-condition? It is pre-condition for advancing women's economic empowerment, for dealing with climate resilience, for making sure that women can speak on their own behalf and they can participate in public spaces. It is very, very crucial for security and for issues of governance. And when we do not tackle securing women's land rights, property, and natural resources, you can imagine what we are putting ourselves into. That is very important for everyone to know. And the statistics that are available are glaring. So 2022, you've had all Kenya government speak that for the first time, the Kenya Democratic Survey, I know I have the wrong because I'm speaking very fast, but the KDHS put a question on LAD. You know what it revealed? Whenever I was working, because I was part of writing the national policy in Kenya, actually, Groots Kenya and FIDA led the gender agenda of writing the national LAD policy in 2009. But you know what it's revealed? We always quoted that 5% of LAD in Kenya is owned by women. That was the quote we always used. Shock on us. Out of the 2022 survey, 3%. Less than 3%. So go look at those statistics. They are there. And then what I be saying in the whole world, we are saying that all the 250 million indigenous and rural women are protecting the ecosystem in the world. We are saying 70 to 80% of agricultural production is the hands of the women. So how are they cultivating on land that doesn't belong to them? So they cannot make decisions. They cannot work on it. Either they are doing this as people who have been employed. So those are facts that we really must take into consideration. And so I want to take back to our Kenya government with what you are looking forward to. Please consider to include land governance. For Tanzania, I think we are good there, but in the next work, as we work with Women Count, we've worked a lot with certificates of occupancy, a lot of data there that we have developed that you can use. For Uganda, actually when we went to Uganda, Angela can bear me witness, our coalition in Uganda worked with the government, and one thing they wanted to do is to actually analyze the budgets in Uganda. Clearly, over 30% of the budget is contributed from the land sector, from paying of land rates, from transacting land. But do you know what in Uganda? I don't know whether they have statistics. Less than 3% or 5% goes back to the land sector. It's so underfunded. Leave alone and this is also in Kenya. So those are reasons why we are pushing the data on land to be part of your priority. Now, what works? Just 1 minute. What works? I'll mention them, I'll not even explain. One is building trust. Because in the land sector, this work is very emotive, and we are fighting capitalists, let's be clear. People with money. So many donors, many governments are afraid to touch land. And we have to start building trust and ensuring that we know that women's land rights is for us to achieve gender equality and sustainable development. Without that, we will not achieve. Secondly, it offers us an opportunity, and we've learned our lessons. It brings a multi-sectoral approach. We are talking about food security, we are talking about economic justice, we are talking about decision making, we are talking about safety and security when we address women's land rights. That's what it helps us, and that's what we've learned. The second thing that we've learned, when you discuss land, and this is how we've done, we do not only look at women just as a recipient of our outcomes. They are producers of data, they are users of data, but they are also the ones that benefit. For LADESA and Stand for Halal campaign, all our work is centered on the voice, leadership, and agency of grassroots women. And they know how to collect data. By the way, they know how to use the data. So we want to, and the last one I want to say is that we also focus, and this is what has worked, we focus at the local level, at the sub-country level, we focus at the country level, we focus at the regional level, and we focus at the international level. If I had time, I can tell you what we've been able to achieve with the Rio Conventions. I could have told you what we've been able to achieve with IGAD, making sure the women's members of parliament are now in this region creating caucuses on women's land rights. Please, this country has used this opportunity. Thank you.
Let's clap for Esther. I allowed you to shoot your time because we did not have this subject appearing in other discussions, and I felt like we could allow members to also hear what you have to say. But this is really, really coming out well. And the rally call is that women land rights is a prerequisite to women empowerment. I carry that one with me, and I think we'll revisit. Let me go to Isabella again. I know I did not ask you your second question, but I want you to reflect on these challenges we are getting from Esther, from Ross, from Johnson, and probably tell us these challenges and frontiers. How do you see Women Count positioning itself, particularly in phase 3, to help countries tackle these challenges effectively? Maybe your reflection, and you can also guide us as the regional advisor. Let me put you on another level.
Thanks a lot, Joshua. Yes, I think essential as we move forward with Women Count 3 is to strengthen our work with national statistical officers in the countries. It will be essential for us to ensure that data is interoperable. We can link survey data with administrative data so that it's cheaper for us to produce statistical products based on the data that these systems generate. So one of our focus areas will therefore be on the modernization of statistical practices. To, for example, the Landesa example, for me, it's sort of like a microcosmos of the kind of challenges we would like to address. We are seeing there an element of citizen-generated data, where they look at local communities collecting data on certificate of ownership by sex and other variables. But then there's an element in this land register example, for example, which goes to Tanzania, which will now, National Statistical Office will receive the land register from the Ministry of Land Affairs. And so there are opportunities to begin to link all these different data sources, because on their own, none of them are complete or perfect. And the final challenge that we would like to address in terms of data production is to try and see how we can make it more sustainable and cheaper by using technology of all kinds. So we also, Rose, I know you talk about data shortages. We've seen in many countries there's actually a lot of data, but it's not analyzed from a gender perspective, and also not very accessible because it's maybe in a very complicated format. So one of our tasks in the coming 4 years will be to support countries to mine existing data to bring out those gender perspectives. And then finally, Joshua, I see you getting nervous. I'll say one more thing. During phase 2 of Women Count, uptake and use of gender data was extremely important. But during the next phase, we will have to do more. We have to also begin to understand how to monitor effectively where the data is being used and what the impact of that data is on the lives of women and girls. Here I also just want to give a shout out to Sylvia Mahina, who is our communication specialist in the region. She has done excellent work in making gender data more accessible and easy to use and understand, together with our designer Conrad, who is not in the room, but who actually designed the county data sheets. I sent him a message to congratulate him when you were busy launching, so thanks a lot for that. So let me stop and continue to the next question.
Before I open to maybe the audience for 1 or 2 questions because of the time, I'll request Dr. Ross, what mechanism do you see in one minute, less than 1 minute, what mechanism do you believe are most needed to improve the working together to address these challenges? Just in 1 minute, like a party shot, and I will also come to Johnson. One party shot on that.
Periodic exchanges, sharing and exchanging the efforts of different stakeholders. And I know that this can seem expensive because we have to meet, but there's so much opportunity digitally and virtually to ensure that we are exchanging and learning from each other. And of course, as we do that, we sustain the urge and the advocacy for investments in this space. Thank you.
Yeah, Johnson, in 1 minute, less than a minute.
Yeah, there's a need to support a regional technical working group on gender statistics to harmonize standards and share best practices. This is a case when we can have Kenya sharing with those ones which are lagging behind. Then invest in open data platforms. We need to integrate gender data in national development plans and budgeting processes to ensure evidence-based policy making and service delivery. And also capacity development. Since morning we have been talking about capacity development in gender data production to enable those who are engaged in production of statistics to produce and package information which is user-friendly. And also to strengthen partnership with the civil society. This will entail integrating qualitative and quantitative data to enrich the understanding on the gender issues. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. I will want to open maybe to 1 or 2 questions. I see there, I'm told no time. And therefore, at this point, I would want to thank the panelists. I've been overruled, so not me. I want to thank the panelists for that rushed session. I know we had a lot that we could speak, but we blame my predecessor, who is Isabella here, because she took all the time and just left a few minutes for me. But we talked. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Joshua, for keeping it short and sweet and very, very powerful. And I'm just going to say, what a way to end the second day of the Women Count Phase 3 launch. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much for speaking with so much passion. And I'm sure during the lunch break, we'll have more than enough time to also just, discuss, dissect, and ask more questions. But right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the second day of the Women Count launch Phase 3. All right, so Joshua, I'm told we can give you 1 minute for the question, just 1 minute. So whoever had a burning question, there's a hand over there. So Joshua, I'm just going to pass the mic so that we can just answer one question and then we say goodbye. So please keep your question short and straight to the point.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is, we have the community health promoters, and I believe they collect data. So I don't know how the Bureau of Statistics uses that data. And I'm also wondering to myself, why can't we have mainstreaming of data, even with, we train the CHPs to collect data. If we can trust them with health, we can trust them also with other data that we are looking for, and they are right in the community. The other thing I want to ask is, about also having mainstreaming even in schools, because like we talk about school inclusion, yet we leave that to the principal, because we were trying to help them get registered with National Council. Then we were very surprised to find that most of the children did not have birth certificates. So how do you account, like the Ministry of Finance budgeting, how do you budget for someone who doesn't have a birth certificate? So you find like the school, the principal has the burden of having these children in school, yet there's no competition for them. So I believe that there's a need for mainstreaming data. And please do not leave the school inclusion to the principal. Can we have the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Gender, the children department also getting involved? And like in this forum, I am seeing we have the Ministry of Gender and we have the Ministry of Finance. But where is the Ministry of Health? Yet we had health issues. Where is the Ministry of Education? Yet we have issues. Because gender, I believe, cuts across.
All right, thank you very much for that. Yes, Joshua, do you want to respond? Can I take just one more burning? Ile ukienda nyumbani without asking, you will not have done yourself justice. So do we have? Oh, okay, we have. So please keep it short and straight to the point as well.
My question is to Johnson from the ESC. We have seen that Women Count is an initiative of the UN Women, which is an international body. So what has the East African community done to support governments in the region to strengthen the production of gender data? Thank you.
Allow me to take the first one, and Johnson will take the second. Remember, you are given only one chance. You are given two. Yes, we hear you. The person who asked the question, although I'm not standing in for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, but you are saying that we have health promoters who are collecting health data. Why can't we entrust them also to collect? And if Rosemary was given the opportunity to respond, we would talk about what are some of the capacity gaps with these health promoters. But it is something that can be explored, and we'll pick it up with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to see whether we can partner with those institutions, Ministry of Health, Education, and all that, to see whether some of the data, the administrative data or the citizen-generated data, because that is the data that is collected at that institution level, whether it can still be used and packaged. What the Bureau of Statistics are doing is to make sure that the quality of this data is guaranteed. And there are mechanisms to train them and also take it through a capacity assessment. And there's a framework to that. The second one was about mainstreaming data, but I think that one is related. So I'll give this microphone to Johnson to talk about the one on East Africa.
Thank you. The question of what ESC has done to ensure increase in data production at partner state level. Yeah, we developed guidelines on the harmonization of the methodology for compilation of gender statistics in collaboration with members of the Regional Technical Working Group. And these members are constituted by a member, a staff of the ministry responsible for gender. And so we work together, we build their capacity, and also partner states are free to request for technical support. Then whenever they request, we go there. At national level, we also pushing for the establishment of national technical working groups. Many countries have, but other countries don't have. Like DRC, they don't have. Burundi, they don't have, and South Sudan. The one of Somalia has just been established this year. So that's what we do. We don't provide the cash, but we provide the support, technical support, to ensure that gender statistics are corrected and harmonized, and also support through gender data analysis. That's what I can say. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to add or any to the questions? You okay? All right. Joshua, I don't know if you want to add anything, or we can go to the closing remarks. Miss Anne, if you're ready, we can do. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we happy that we came for the 2 days? If you are, please just give that person seated next to you really big high five. Tell them thank you for coming. What a day. Have we been challenged? Have we been encouraged? Have we been, given some time and a lot to think and act even as we disperse? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, to give us their closing remark, let's give a warm welcome to Miss Anne Mutavati, who's the Regional Director, UN Women, East and Southern Africa, for her closing remarks. A very, very big round of applause.
Thank you very much, our moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. It's so good to, when you finish on such a high note, a very engaging 1.5 days it has been. I feel that I am much smarter because of the 1.5 days that I just spent with all of you here. Our esteemed panelists, I mean, that was amazing. Our specialists, yes. The commitments, the level of engagement from our government, the level of ownership, the level of leadership, and the passion with which they've engaged with us, I think it reassures us that this agenda is in very good hands, and it is going to sustain itself beyond whatever phase that we are talking about here, that this is now entrenched in how we do business in this region. So thank you. And to the participants, I mean, you really kept your panelists here very engaged with the very sharp questions that you were asking, some of which were already pushing us to say, what should we squeeze in, even in this phase that we've already launched? So how much of that can we push in still, even though we hadn't thought of that? So thank you for just helping us to continuously think and reflect and become sharper at what we are trying to achieve together with yourselves. I had the privilege of starting the day with you in the opening, so it is a special honor to also close the day today, but also the entire 1.5 days with you. So since yesterday, we have looked back at the gains. So I'm trying to resist use of glasses, but no, it's not going to happen. Since yesterday, we have looked back at the gains of gender data and statistics systems and the milestones and developments in East and Southern Africa with valuable cases of success from our neighbors and lessons on making data work for women and girls. So we have reflected together on the Kenya's experience, but also the East and Southern Africa experience. We have also had this beautiful moments. Okay, now this feels so important. Okay, let's use the three of them together.
This one is we can't hear well.
Thank you. We have also shared important ideas. We have also shared important ideas for the road ahead. And it's not just the road ahead of us, it's the current journey that we also are, and how much of that we can all incorporate, not just in the Women Count Phase 3, but also in the work that you are already doing in advancing gender data and gender statistics in your own spaces. So I want to believe all the learning was not just for those who will be implementing Phase 3, but also for all of you in the amazing work that you are already doing in your spaces. When I stood here this morning, I ended my remarks with a simple message, that our goal for the past 2 days has not been to start afresh, but rather to ensure that gender data is treated as a public good. A public good that is financed, a public good that is governed, and a public good that is used in ways that accelerate gender equality and the empowerment of women in this country, in our host country today, but also the region. Over the past 2 days, we have brought together leaders who are champions in gender data, and they are actively shaping how gender data is produced, how it is managed, and how it is used to drive, to inform, and to influence policies and decisions across the region. I mean, the last panel discussion here was a typical example of how data is being used to inform priorities, to drive progress, and to influence policies and decisions across the region. Dear participants, we have had emphasis from the floor on the importance of qualitative data. A colleague here rightly said that qualitative data unlocks budgets. So when we go beyond the quantitative, and then we begin to understand the why the data is so that we can start also coming up with appropriate solutions to those issues to close those gender gaps. Indeed, in the words of His Excellency Governor Simon Kachapin, who flagged off our session today, high quality, timely and consistent gender data is crucial in ensuring that every budget and every development plan equitably and proactively addresses the needs and safeguards and delivers on the rights of every woman and girl in East and Southern Africa. Esteemed guests, I reiterate the views and resonate with speakers from all of the excellent sessions since yesterday. We have underscored the need for technical competence in gender statistics. So many thanks to the sister who spoke so passionately that this is not just a preachy thing, yeah? Like, you know, you are just rolling out a gospel, but that we really need to unpack the expertise that needs to accompany this dialogue, because the issue has shifted from awareness raising to actual commitments, right? To actual investment cases, and then to accountability for actual results and how we measure those results. So that's not something we can just do in a generalized manner, but that we really need to deepen the expertise to be able to get to the end result that we are looking for. However, as we leave this room today, I'm confident that we are clear that even more important than technical competence is a continued deep commitment and strong political will to ensuring that gender data is made and remains a strategic priority issue. So I think we are encouraged that we have made progress in terms of securing that political will. And it is work in progress. It's not a switch that we just switch on today, now we have political will. We have to continue engaging, building these alliances, building their capacity as well, and they start walking this journey with us. A typical example is the county gender sheets that we launched today for all the 47 counties. So that's where you start also, you know, asking those questions. What does this mean for your county? And as a leader in this county, the data, your data is presented in red. Did you see that? So what are you going to do about it, right? And then we begin to have this positive peer pressure amongst the county governments, right? Also going all the way up to the national government. And then if we can do it at the regional level, and we can do it at the continental level, our work in terms of securing political will be done. How will we know when we have met this goal? For one, I think we can all agree that funding remains one of the clarion calls, and we've had panel after panel. But I was also encouraged that in his remarks, the governor said that they are appreciative of the support that they've received so far to getting this issue off the ground. Now we are safely off the ground, but how we maintain it and how we continue to gain the altitude that we need to sustain it, and of course the lending, which is the results that we are looking for. That requires domestic financing, and he said it very well here. We have seen both governments and non-state actors, including development partners, making significant investments in gender data systems. This is evident in the strengthened systems that we had panel after panel talking about how this started as an idea and then how it has grown. And some from Uganda, for example, being super modest about how much they've achieved over time, as well as from Tanzania and the work that's going on in South Africa. So we have seen how strengthened systems have and improved data quality, consistency, and production in the region has continued to grow, including in Kenya. You may have also noticed from some of the advocacy materials that we distributed at the end of the day yesterday, that Kenya ranks amongst, let me take that again, that Kenya ranks #1, okay, among 33 African countries that countries studied in a 2025 assessment on gender data capacity. So being #1 in 33 African countries, I don't know why we are quiet about it, but let's just appreciate ourselves, right? Congratulations, hongera sana, Kenya. And we are really proud to be part of that effort. The Gender Data Outlook Index of 2025 also found that Kenya ranks in the top 5 in the dimensions of enabling environment for the production of gender data, its production, and data accessibility among the 33 African countries that we studied. Kenya scores particularly highly in data production, where it is listed second. These and other success stories should continue to drive us to action. Another major step towards ensuring that gender data is made and remains a strategic priority is ensuring sustained collaboration. The representation in this room attests that we are on the right track on this. With partners, including civil society, who lent their voice strongly to this forum, we are making strides in making sure that women truly count. Esteemed partners and friends, as we disperse from what has been a very fruitful forum, at least from where I sat, I hope it was also to you, we know that despite progress, important gaps remain. Some gender statistics are still missing or not fully integrated into planning tools. And many decisions are still being made without full use of evidence. I urge all of us not to get tired of this work that we have all committed to fill the gaps in gender data and to address the gender data shortages, to amplify the lived realities of women and girls. Let us continue to fund gender data and use gender data in our decision making. And equally importantly, let us continue to work shoulder to shoulder and collaborate to elevate the distinct needs and highlight the state of all women and girls in this region. Together, we will move this needle. So as I conclude these remarks, allow me also to extend my deepest appreciation to our moderator. I think she did an amazing job, right? Thank you so much for keeping us motivated, energized, on course, on track, and also for tying in the different parts of the discussion, right, into one discussion after another, ensuring that we don't lose anything. So thank you so much. You really did us proud. I also want to really appreciate everybody who participated as a panelist or as a speaker or as a presenter. You really gave us your best. You know, in some of these technical discussions, some of us are happy to sit back and learn from others, which doesn't happen often. But today, I really felt so good to be listening to men and women who are experts in this area of work. And we're so proud of the women that were also taking the mantle and leading in this area of statistics and shattering those barriers and shattering those stereotypes about, oh, this being a technical subject. You really did us so proud. So thank you. Let's continue to grow women statisticians on our continent. I would also like to appreciate my colleagues who joined us from headquarters, Sarah and Papa. Thank you so much for being with us in these 2 days. I felt so proud. As I was listening, I was like, are you hearing? Are you hearing? So we want to share the experience that you have seen from this region on the global platforms that you sit in. Help us amplify what is working well, the partnerships that are working well here, but also to really thank you also for linking us with the funding, right? Because all of this work will not move at the pace that we need without the resources. So thank you for working tirelessly for this region and for giving us also the platforms on the global platforms to be able to share the experience and our success stories from the region. So asanteni sana, thank you for making that trip and being with us throughout the 2 days, and of course every day, because we are with you every day, yeah, online, in person, in everything. And you, Sarah, also helping us think through things that we may not have, thought through because we are so focused on the moment, but you help lift our heads out and look at the bigger picture. Of course, to our funding partners, this work would not be possible without us, without you believing in this cause and then believing in these partnerships, in the partnerships we have established, and then putting your resources to helping transform the idea into something concrete as we have seen today. So to our partners, we are deeply grateful, and we hope that we can walk proudly this journey with you and be very proud of what we are achieving together. To my team, oh, I'm so proud of my team, both at the country level and at the regional level. You are amazing. So thank you so much also for being the connector, right, between everything that we do at country level, with civil society, academia, with government, with local government, with media, with everybody, and with our donors, and with our headquarters. So you are the glue that holds all of that together. And I know that a lot went into planning of all of this, the regional office team and the country office team. I couldn't be more proud of you. Thank you so much. Last but not least, to all of you. I know that it's not easy sitting for 2 days consecutively like we've done, but the level of engagement that you have sustained throughout the discussion means that you are as passionate as we are about this agenda, and that you will continue to drive all of the recommendations in your own spaces, but also coming together in this collaborative manner with us periodically to review how far we've come. So thank you. Please, if you want to just indulge me, thank the colleague next to you, because we have to appreciate each other, right? So can I just see that? I'm seeing some tables that are not thanking each other, like Joshua's table. You are not thanking you. And then at the back, thank you also to our IT team. Yeah, you really did an amazing job. Thank you for just showing us how things are done. So amazing. So with that, moderator, if I left anybody else, please forgive me. I also thank you, right, for your different role that you played to making this a very successful engagement over the past two days. Our commitment, as I hand over the floor back, is that we've taken each and every feedback you have given us, and we will work through it as we implement phase 3, but as we also support you in the work that you are doing. So asanteni sana, I hand over the mic back to moderator.
Thank you. And now to close, I promise, to close. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Josephine Obonya, who's the Secretary Gender and also the representative of the Principal Secretary for State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. A bigger round of applause.
Thank you very much. I know clearly I'm standing between us and lunch, and I think at this point is just to give a thank you and a kwaheri on behalf of government. Now, one thing is for sure, we've learned a lot, not only across the region, but also internally, within the country, on a lot of things that have been happening, and I'm sure even those seated in this room probably did not know about them earlier on. Now, as government, we can commit, one, to ensure that we provide technical support to producers of data so that it's authenticated. And this will work through the whole government approach and ensure that through KNBS and State Department of Gender, we not only have authenticated data right from the beginning of the processing and also ensuring that that data is gender responsive. Now, secondly also is, I hear you, Eva. She spoke very passionately around issues around gender mainstreaming. And as State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, we have a whole directorate dedicated to mainstreaming gender across MDAs. And like she says, I think we have indicated, and I'm really grateful to see that as Kenya, the universities were able to produce students who can actually really articulate issues around gender very well. So thank you very much, and it makes me here to stand with my head held very high. One, as a pioneer student in gender studies in Kenya, and also as a pioneer lecturer in gender and development studies. Thank you very much. Your issues are taken into account, and I would like to also inform those seated here, both in government and outside government, that we actually offer gender mainstreaming, not only to MDAs, but also we have that technical expertise so that you can reach out to the State Department in case you need training in gender. That does not mean that we also don't need capacity building here once in a while, simply because it doesn't matter what area you are in. Often we'll need to be able to ensure that we update whatever knowledge that we have. And therefore, just as our capacity is built, we are also available to build capacities of others regarding gender mainstreaming. But definitely, we hear you, and ours is to ensure that all MDAs are gender responsive. I can also confirm here that the ideal situation is that we have a gender expert in each and every State Department. However, so far we have, not in all State Departments, but we're working to ensure that we have expertise, people who are trained in gender in each and every State Department. But we have quite a number, and I think 2 are represented here since yesterday. They've been sitting with us. Now, the other thing is also to commit to a continued push to ensure that as State Department, allocation regarding issues gender mainstreaming, and particularly enhanced allocation on gender work is available. And that means that, of course, we had planning seated here, and Treasury eventually has the final say. But ours is to ensure that we'll maintain that continued push for the purposes of sustainability of gender programs, to ensure that right from formulation to implementation, and also issues around gender data systems, that there's adequate finance for sustainability purposes. But most importantly is to appreciate the support from our development partners and also to ensure that that partnership and collaboration is continued, it's sustained, and this is to ensure that at the end of it all, we not only have enhanced capacity, but also to ensure that both the position of girls and women across the region is enhanced. Because just like we've said since yesterday, without data that can bring out the actual issues, the rest will be as if we're programming in darkness. And therefore, that support from government and also support in terms of, which I know resources are being a challenge, we want to ensure, we want to commit that as government and given the better, we have from government, as we have the better approach, that is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have to ensure that that is achieved. And I think with that, I would happily say that it has been a good 2 days of not only learning, but also a good 2 days of collaboration among us, partnership among us, and also ensuring, because the beauty about some of these conferences is you not only learn, but you also end up building networks. And through these networks, I think it's possible that we are able to enhance already where we are, not only as government, but also individuals to be able to build one another. And I think with that, I would like to say thank you very much to each and every person who's been able to make this possible, but also to assure you that as government, our doors are open, both locally and regionally, so that we can work together, we can collaborate to ensure that we move the women and girls of this country a notch higher. With that, I thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm being reminded that with that, we officially close this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we've come to the end of the amazing, amazing 2 days. And I just want to say thank you for also extending and just according us a little bit more of your time. 45 minutes past the hard stop. But I truly believe when something is good or an experience is good, we don't usually want it to end. And I believe this is one of those moments. So we have been challenged, we have been encouraged, and we have celebrated. So keep celebrating and the good work. My name is Winnie Lubembe. I was honored to be your MC for the 2 days. Thank you so much for engaging as well. And as we head out, enjoy your lunch, safe travels home, and I hope we will see you, if not in such a forum, probably another forum. God bless you. Please remember to pick your meal cards on your way out and enjoy your lunch. Lunch is served at the same place as yesterday, second floor. You'll have to cross the bridge.